Hello everyone, I'm Ninja Coder and welcome to today's project. Today we're going to be building a JIJI MarketPlace clone with NextJs and Firebase. Now JIJI MarketPlace refers to an online platform that allows users to buy and sell products and services. It's a popular classified website that operates in several countries, mostly particularly in Africa. Users can list items such as electronics, fashion, home appliances, vehicles, and very much more for sale, as well as find listing for products they are interested in purchasing. Now, with this application, users will be able to create login, create ads for whatever project they are selling, and others can find these ads and call the seller to buy the product. Users can create ads, they can also view the ads they've created and choose to delete them if their stock of that ads gets finished. Isn't it amazing? Before we continue, I want to thank everyone that has allowed this channel to reach 500 subscribers. That is an amazing landmark for me. I just started this channel just a while ago, and we're already like pushing a lot of views and a lot of subscribers. Thank you so much for all the love and support. I love all the comments that you guys give to me, and I'm really trying my hardest to make sure I can create a more valuable channel that can serve you guys better and just help you guys out in your coding journey. Thank you very much. Now, Next.js is a performance beast of a framework. It built on top of all the advantages that React.js has by adding features like server-side rendering, static site generation, automatic code splitting, and simplified routing. Now, you may be thinking, oh, I can do all that stuff with React.js. I don't need Next.js, but I always advise developers, if there's a way to make your code simpler, you should try and go for it rather than making your code a bit bulky. So always go for the simplified version, the simplified route to make your code even much cleaner. Now, Next.js is used by popular websites like Netflix, Twitch, Uber, Hulu. The list goes on. Even Nike uses Next.js. So using Next.js, we're going to be using Firebase alongside with it to handle our database and reduce our workload. Firebase simplifies many aspects of web development by providing a suite of tools that handle essential back-end services, allowing developers to focus more on other aspects of their development. Now, here's a list of features we're going to be learning and implementing in this video. We're going to be learning Next.js app router. We're going to be learning data fetching and ranging with Next.js. We're going to be learning how to revalidate data after a period of time with Next.js. We're going to be working with dynamic pages and routes, and we're going to be seeing how all that works with the new app router in Next.js. So if you're familiar with the pages router in Next.js, this time we're going to be working with the app router. I really suggest you learn to use it. It has a lot of features built in, and it's the latest thing Next.js is currently working on. We're going to work with font optimization and the layout page in app router, just one of the very many features that app router has. We're going to be working with error pages, how to handle errors with Next.js. Next.js has a built-in error.js file that you can work with, and also we're going to be working with the loading UI. Next.js also has a loading.js file which handles the loading if your page is loading certain information from a database or somewhere or an API. While it's loading, we can use the loading.js file to show something to the user. We're also going to be using TypeScript and tailwind.css. If you're not used to TypeScript before, if you've been hearing about it, trust me, it's very simple to understand. You may be thinking, I have to learn this new language or something like that. It's not like that. It's just a way of type checking your JavaScript code. If you are a JavaScript developer that is using TypeScript, you know the importance of TypeScript. So yeah, I'm very sure you're to enjoy the importance of it in this project. And if you've not used TypeScript before, you'll be able to learn it with this project. Now, we're also going to be using NextAuth. We're going to be using it to manage our users' login. We're going to be using it to check if the user is logged in or not, redirect them to the login page. And once they've logged in, we're redirecting them back to the page they were previously in. All this with middleware in NextAuth. We're also going to be working with Firebase storage and Firestore database by uploading like multiple images to our storage. You're going to be learning how to CRUD, create, read, update, and delete information in your Firebase. We're also going to be doing validations. I was trying to work with Zod, but I was like, now let me just build custom validation functions for images and inputs, so you guys can learn much more. We'll be working with packages like Daisy UI and Material UI. If you use Material UI, you will also enjoy this UI. It's very, very simple. It works with Tailwind CSS, and it's simply just class-based system. Very, very simple. So this project is jam-packed with so much information. So make sure you subscribe, you like, and leave a comment on projects you would like us to do, or if you have any challenges while going through this project. I'm very, very much happy to assist you, and just learn a lot about Next.js and Firebase. Now, if you don't want to go through this video and you just want to get the code directly working on your system, I'm going to make a section for that at the end of this video on how you can just download it from GitHub and connect it to your Google console, because we're going to be using Google console, and your Firebase, just like a 5 minutes section of this video, so you can just quickly set it up on your desktop, go through the code, and if you learn that way, fine for you. I'll also be doing that. So check the timestamp in the description. I'll put the timestamp on where I'm going to do that. So just jump to that. Okay, let's get started. All right, so let's get started on our demo of this application. This is the home page right here. You can see how clean and neat it looks. This also works with mobile version. For example, you scroll like this and you can see this, and you can scroll on. Okay, let's move this here, and you can see it works with mobile and desktop. You can see the ads that users have created. We can quickly go on a ad and click it. Okay, now we can see the ad here. We can see the link to open it on YouTube, and a little description on that. I was just lazy. I just created like right up here. You can see it's negotiable. It's based in Abuja. This is the phone number of the user. These are more images if you'd like. You can see your adverts here. You can see we have a quick loading skeleton showing up there. You can see other adverts that this user, my account, has created. Really, really nice, really, really simple and clean. We can also go back to the main page. Over here, we can see different categories here. We can click on like fashion. You can see a loading skeleton, and then the page loads. We're also going to be showing you how that works with loading.js in Next.js. You can see ads, fashion, all the fashion items here. We can click on this, and we can also click on here to go back to the category of fashion. We can go back to the home page. We can check other things like electronics. We can see an Acer Nitro gaming monitor here, the price, Lagos. We can click on it for it to load. You can see right up here, and we can click on this to go back to electronics, and we can click on sell if we want to create an ad. We can see the form here. This is very, very nice form. We can click on different things to upload images. For instance, this. You can see all the images I selected will be shown here, and we can click on clear to clear this form back to the default. Really nice form. Here we can click on logout. If we do log out from our application, we'll have to re-log in back again. As you can see, all the routes are protected by middleware, and it makes sure that we're logged in first with NextAuth. So we're just going to click with Google, sign in with Google. I'm going to click our profile. I'm going to be navigated back to the page that we were previously on with our image here. I can go back to the main page. So this is a really, really complex application. It may look a bit simple, but there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes to make this work. So we're going to get right into doing that today. All right, so first things first, we're going to create a new folder. Let's just put this here. This is my audio recording. I'm just going to minimize this here. And we're going to go to our Visual Studio Code and create a new window. We're going to leave this here. And we're going to go to Next.js main website. So we can see the code that's required for this to run. So while this is loading, because my internet is very slow, we're going to go to desktop, we're going to create a new folder, I'm going to title it JIJI clone version 2. I'm going to create, I'm going to open that. I'm going to say yes, trust the authors. Now we're going to come to our terminal. Internet is so slow. Let me check on that. We're currently using 5G, but it doesn't really feel like 5G. So we're going to say npx create next app test, and we're just going to do this to create our instance in this folder already. I'm going to say enter. So we're going to say yes. You see we're using the create next app at version 13.4.13. So would you like to use TypeScript? We're going to say yes. Would you like to use ESLint? This is just a language verifying something. You don't really need to install this, but if you would like, no problem. So just say yes. Tailwind.css as well. Source directory, no, we're not going to be using that. We're going to be using the app router. Yes. Customize, say yes, and add. So you can see here, the nextJs main page has finally loaded, and you can see we just ran that code here. npx create next app at latest. That gives you the latest instance of nextJs. So while this is loading, we're just going to go through some features of nextJs, which you can see here: routing, rendering, data fetching, styling, optimizations, and TypeScript. It comes with image optimization for us, packed with image from nextJs image. Styling, we can use tailwind.css, which we're using here. Rendering, we're going to be working with both client and server-side rendering on this project. We're going to be seeing the advantages of using server-side rendering in this instance and using client-side rendering in this instance. There's so many advantages of it. Let me just close all these files that I have here and focus on this. So now our application is created. So we're going to say npm run dev just to create our starting of that. So in our app here, okay, it's loaded. So we're just going to go to local host. Instead of 3000, going to be 3001. Now in our app directory here, we want to simplify this here. This is our page here. This is this page that is running. So we're going to delete everything in here. Just going to scroll down. I implore you to do the same. Delete this. We don't need any of this class. We're just going to say hello world. Those changes reflect. All right, hello world. Then we want to go to our global CSS. We want to delete all this styling. Okay, now everything looks much neater. Now in our app directory, we want to create a new folder, and we want to create a folder like this. Say site, and we want to take this our page file here and move it onto site. Now you'll be asking, what happens to our main page? Well, nothing happens to your main page. This site folder here that is in brackets will act as our home page, to act as the main page. So we'll just have our page of TXX inside here. So if you see, if we load that, we have no issues whatsoever. It will still work just the same way. Now we're going to go to the layout file, and inside the layout file, we have all this information. Okay. In our layout file, we have all this information. Currently, we're using the font from Google. As you can see, nextJs allows those to use fonts inbuilt. So you can see we're using the font here, and that font is being accessed here to our children. So this is our body tag, and everything that is in our application is showing here. So if we add something like W, we should see a W here, as you can see. So now what we're going to do, we're going to change this metadata. We're going to say our title shouldn't be create React next app. It should be JIJI clone. And we're going to be saying Ninja If you notice, I changed my name to Ninja Coder. I think that one is much better. Ninja Coder creation. You can use anything you want to use. It's all up to you. It's all up to you. So now that we have this, we can see how our layout.txx file works. So we're going to start with our navbar and our footer just to get little something in our page like already showing up. So let's start with our navbar. So we're going to come to our component, our app, our main directory here. We're going to create a new file, folder, components. I'll create a new file and call it navbar.tsx. So you're using .tsx, you're not using .js because we're working with TypeScript. Okay, so now in our component, we want to connect our navbar to our layout page over here. So in our layout here, we have our body. So we're just going to come here. I'm going to delete this W. Okay, I'm going to say div class name. We're going to see background color because we want to control the background color of this already. I'm going to say hash 00B53F. Okay, so I've already worked on this background color before now. All right, so in here we want to put the navbar. Okay, we haven't imported that yet, so we'll go to our navbar here and say RFC and navbar. Perfect. So we'll go back to our layout. I want to come here. We want to use, if you're using Mac, you can just say Control space and it will import that directly for us. If you can't do that, just import it manually. Okay. So now that we've imported our navbar, we want to go to our navbar page and make sure that works. Say navbar. Check. Okay, so we can see our navbar is working here, so that's good. So now we're going to go to our navbar and start to style that. So we come to our main div here. We're going to delete this. We're going to say class name and say flex py1. That's simply just padding up and down of 1. We're going to space x3. That means give space for each of the elements in this flex 3. Just give them space beside each other, 3. So we're going to say mx auto, and we're going to say the max width of this should be 6xl. So it should not go beyond the width of 6xl. That should be its max width. Okay, so we had a little bit of a technical issue, but that's fixed right now. So we've done this, our main div. We want to work on the div inside this. We're going to say div Auth, create 2. The first one, we're going to say div class name, and we're going to say flex 1. That means you should take all the space that is left by the other divs, if there are any other divs. My auto, just to make it stay in the middle in its own div. So we're going to say image source, and here we're going to get the logo we want. We're just going to go to JIJI. We're just going to say JIJI on I'm going to say images. So we're going to look for JIJI logo. So I think this one is okay. What do you guys think? I think this one is okay. You can pick any one you want, but I think this is okay. When you can say save image, we're going to save the image in our desktop, and then we're going to open our folder. We're going to open this public here. In our folder, we're going to go to our desktop, see here, and we're just going to drag this here. We're going to delete this. We're going to rename this to logo. So rename this to logo. All right, so that's done. So we're going to go back to our navbar, and in our image, we're going to say Auth logo. Then we also need to import this logo from here. We don't need this React instance. We're just going to say import logo, let's say image from okay. Let's not use this import. Let's just go to the image source and say /logo .jpg. Let's save this. Let's check what's showing. So you can see the image is already here. That's good. So here we're going to say class name. We're going to say width of 8. Margin left should be 5 over. We need to get a cursor pointer. The reason we need to get a cursor pointer is because when we click on this, we want to go to the main page, and to do that, we need to use use router. So what we're going to do, we're going to come over here. We're going to import use router from nextRouter. Then we're going to say constant router equals to use router. Then over here, we're going to say onClick. Then create a function. Sorry, my typing skills are at me. So here we're going to say router dot push the main page. So that's just what we're going to do. So now that we're done with that, we want to go to our next div, and in our next div here, let me just. All right, so in our next div here, we're going to have some bookmark items. So let's refresh this. It's saying you have a server component that imports next router, use next navigation instead. Okay, let's change this router to next navigation. Let's see if we get the same error. Okay, so we can see this. We talked about server components and client component. Use router only works in client component, so we need to use the use client directive on top of the file to use it. Now, if you all files in the nextJs are server-side components, all files are server-side components. We need to transform them into client-side components if we want to use things like hooks, React hooks. So to transform a component to a client-side component, all we have to do is just go to the top of the page and say use client. This will automatically convert it to a client-side component and we will not have that issue anymore. So we can see this should be working. When we navigate to another page, we'll test it out. Okay. So now that we have that, we want to come back here. I talked about Daisy UI, so let's go and install that before we continue, because we're going to need it in this instance of our navbar. So we're just going to say Daisy UI. Here we're just going to key this terminal, add a new one. Say how to use. So we're going to come here, we're going to copy this. So this is already done. We're going to come to our plugins and copy this. Then we're going to go to our tailwind config file, our plugins here, and paste require this UI. And now we can start this on dev. And what we're going to be using, we're going to be using tooltip here. So we want to show a write-up, as you can see. Hello. So we want to show a write-up when we have more options over here. So we're just going to, and we're going to use this time to install Material UI too, because we actually need Material UI as well. Material UI, I'm going to copy this, kill this terminal again, and let's say Material UI, please install. So we're going to close here, come back here, and what we're creating right now is just this icons up here. So if you come to Material UI, just say Material icons. As you can see, sometimes I always check on because I like using their icons same package. So you can see you have different kind of icons. The icons that we need is bookmark. So if we just come and say bookmark, you can see over here. You can just simply click on it, copy here, come here, paste it, and in this div over here, you can just say bookmark icon. Okay, and we should have it up here. Okay, we haven't run this yet. So refresh this. So we just want to refresh this and use it. Okay, so we can see our bookmark icon here. Perfect. So now we want to come to this bookmark and we want to say class name. We want to say padding of 5px. Then we want to say rounded. Full. Background should be white. And to tip. Then we're going to say to tip at the bottom. Okay, so here we're also going to say data tip equals to bookmark. So we come here, you can see we already have a bookmark. Very, very nice. So we want to copy this, we want to delete this. I want to get more instances of this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Okay, so we have bookmark. The next thing we need is messages. So if we go to material UI here, we're just going to click this and say messages. Okay, same message here. Copy this, go to the top, paste this. And rather than doing one by one, let's just do all out now. So we're going to come here, we're going to send to notes here. Notifications. See a nice notifications icon here. Let's use this. Oh no, what are we using here? We're just using a bell. Just a bell. Okay, let's just use a bell. Paste this here. The next one we're going to be needing is a diamond to like show premium. See here. Copy this. Paste this here. And next one we're going to need is a view list. Copy this. Okay, so I think that's all we need as far in regards to icons. So now we can just come here with bookmark, delete this and say message icon. Change this to messages. Next one is notification. Change this to notification. Here we can just delete this. Say notifications icon. And the last one we have premium services. And use diamond. Okay. Notifications. Okay, seems we didn't use the right name. So we're just going to come here and paste that. Okay, we need the view list icon as well. And here we can just say my adverts. All right, so we made a mistake in our code here. That's why we can see this is not taking the remainder of the space. What we want to do, we want to come to this here, flex one, because I was trying to pick what was happening. So if we refresh this, we can see the JIJI is here and everything here is spaced out to this section. So you can see it looks good. Now we're going to continue with our navbar after we've installed NextAuth. But for now, we don't have access to the user's image, so we're just going to leave that. We're going to work on the footer now that we have a navbar set up like this. So we're going to go to our component. We're going to create a folder and call it footer.tsx rfc. Change it to footer. And then we're going to go to our layout component. Okay. In our layout component, we're going to come below our children and say footer. We're going to say class name. We're going to say background white. And if it's anything larger than a medium large screen, we're going to see the background should be hashtag 00b53f. And we'll close this and say footer here. So we're going to call our footer. See your footer pop up. Okay. And if that doesn't import automatically for you, please do the manual import. Okay. So we have our footer here. Let's go to our footer file and just say footer and see if you can see any footer pop up here. All right, see our footer here. Bingo. Now we're going to go ahead and code our footer. Okay, so we're going to go to our footer file. Okay, already now footer file. Cancel this and say class name, padding 5. MX also. We're going to say div class name flex. Say div, another div, say class name. Say flex 1. In this we're going to say padding. Paragraph class name. And we're going to say margin bottom 3. Let's say about us. Then here we're going to have an ordered list. And we're going to say class name space y4. li class name. The text should be green. In a medium screen, the text should be white, because here the reason why I'm doing this here is because in our layout we specify that the background should be white. So if the background is white, then the text needs to be green so that the user can see the text. And if in the medium size our background changes to this green color, we need to now switch our text in the medium size to turn to white. That's why we're doing that. Okay, so we're going to say transition. So there's a smooth transition in the colors. The text should be small. When user hovers on it, we need to see text green of 200. Then also when user hovers, we want to say cursor pointer. And here we want to have about JIJI. I'll save that. So we can see here on hover it changes to green shade, and if we have a small background, a small device, we can see it changes to green. If I have a large device, it changes to white. All right, so that's what we just want to set up there. So now I'm going to take this list, I'm going to duplicate it. If you don't know how to do this, just click on Shift and Alt at the same time and press the down button. Okay, so So we're going to go to the first G1, second one. Okay, we're going to say we are hiring. Then we'll go to the second one. The third one. Terms and conditions. Billing policy. And here we're going to say cookie policy. Okay, so we're done with our ordered list. Then we have our div. So we're just going to copy this. Yeah, we're going to copy this from this P here. Have we done the div? Okay, no, we're going to copy from this div here and scroll down. I'm going to copy that. For instance, here. I don't know. I think maybe the screen size may be too small for you guys. Let me largen this up, and then also the plus to increase what you guys can see. I think this should be better for you guys. I think I should have started out with that. So here we're going to say support. Here we're going to say support at JIJI.ng. Here we're going to say safety tips. Here we're going to say contact us. Here, frequently asked questions, and we're just going to delete this last one. See, so we see our support here. Then the next one we have we're just going to paste that. We're going to say our apps. On all that list, we're going to have something different here. We're going to just delete all this list. So here we're going to have a list. We're going to have an image. The source is we're going to need something that shows App Store. So we're just going to say App Store. We need an image. Images. Okay, so you can just get this. You click on it, copy link address, or easy image address. Wait, open image in a new tab. Go to new tab, copy this, and we paste it here. Okay, that's too much. Hey, that's too much. Let's check here. Let's say copy link address. Okay, that is not giving us what we want. We need a short save image address. Say this one. Nope. What we need is a short link. I have one here. I think I'm just going to use that. Let me see what I have here. This is what I have here. I just got it. Okay, I got it from their page. So what you can do is just go to the demo of this application and just copy it from here. Okay, the demo should be in the link in the description. So just copy the link from there. Okay. All right, I think that's much better. So now that we have the image, we're going to say Auth, App Store. Then we're going to say class name. We're going to say width 20, and in a medium device, we're going to say width 40. And save this, and then we're going to copy this and just duplicate that. Okay, made a mistake there. Duplicate that, and this next one, like I said, just come over here and copy this image address here. It should be much easier. And delete this, paste this, and change this to Google Play. Okay, so let's go back to what we have here. You can see it's looking neat and clean. That's how we want our code to look. So the last one, we're just going to come over here, copy this, paste this here. I'm going to say over here our resources, and here we're going to say our blog. We're going to say JIJI on Facebook. Here we're going to say our Instagram, and here we're going to say our YouTube, our Twitter. All right, we're going to save this, and I think we're done with our footer. Okay, it looks nice. Then we have one more thing to add in our footer, and we're going to add that from the layout page. So let's just navigate over to the layout page, and on top of the footer here, we're going to create a div. Say class name. Going to margin top 5, give it a bit of space between the children and this div. And here we're going to say image source, and you can just come over to the demo here. This is the image we want. We're just going to copy image address, and we're going to paste that here, and we're going to say Auth city logo. I'm going to say class name mx also. Okay, all right, so we're done with that. So let's check it out. You can see image is already set and center. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so now that we're done with our footer and our navbar a bit, we want to start working on our main page. We want to have a bit of a like we can see here, we want to have this header in our main page. So what we want to do, we want to close all of this, close the footer. We now work on the footer again. All of this. I also want to check the CSS. Okay, so our background color here is white. We want to work on that. So we want to go to our global.css and say body in versatile and say background color hash eb f2 f7. All right, so that's done. Taking place. We want to go to our site, our main page, and over here we want to do a bit of rearrangement of this page. So to do that, we leave the main, delete this hello world, then we want to create a div here, class name, we're going to say bg gradient to r. This is just creating a gradient. So we want to say from green 500 to green 700. So we're just creating this effect here. As you can see, this green is darker than this green. So we're just saying the background gradient should come from this green color that we have here to this darker green color that we have here. That's just what we're doing with this. Okay. So here we're going to create a new component. I'm going to say header.tsx. I'm going to say RFC. Change this to header. Then in our page here, we're going to import it. And come on to header and say header to see whether it shows. Okay, boom, we have that. Nice and simple. So now we want to come to our header. Okay. So now in our header file, this is going to be used client file. We all know that, but I think we should know that by now. So we're going to be using client here, and we're going to be styling this. So we're going to delete this header. We no longer need this info here. We're going to say class name. We're going to say flex max width of 6XL, and we're going to be mx auto. So we have different sections. If you can see here, we have different sections. We have the right side, the middle, and the left side. So we're going to start first for saying right side. Okay. just to have that in our minds, and say div. And div is closing. Okay, so now we're going to say image. Okay, source. We can just come to this image here and copy the image address to make things simpler for us. Put that there. We're going to say alt. We're just going to use logo for this, and say class name. And in this class name, we're going to say hidden. The reason we're going to say hidden is that we want that in small size like this, it will be hidden. Okay, we have an error here. We'll soon get rid of the error. Once in a small size, it will be hidden, and then when we get to a larger screen, it will be visible. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. So we're going to say hidden, and from medium size, we're going to say inline. I'm going to close this, and that should show up here, and we do not have any error. So you can see once it becomes medium size, the guy pops up, but once you get smaller, it disappears. All right, so you can see TailwindCSS is very easy to use. I really encourage you guys to use it. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to work on the middle. So middle, and here we're going to create a div class name. In our class name, we're going to say mx auto. We're also going to say md my auto. The reason why I'm doing this is that when it's a medium screen, we want it to be in the middle of the spacing. For instance, if you have a div like this and your text is here, we want the text to be in the middle of the div. That's why we're saying my auto. If you want it to be in the middle of a space like this, you use mx auto. Maybe you don't want it to be here, you want it to be in the middle of the horizontal axis, you say mx auto. If you want to be in the middle of the vertical axis, you say my auto. Okay, so my auto, then we'll say padding for the top and the bottom 10, and we say in the medium screen we want them to be no padding, and then we say the width should be 90%. That's if it's on small size, because if it's on the small size, we only want the medium to show, or if it's on the bigger size, we want the width to change to be 55%. Okay, and then we're going to say text center. Okay, so if there's any part of this you don't understand, please let me know in the comments. I'm looking for comments, please. I love seeing any issue and solving it. I just love doing that. Okay, so please just let me know in the comments. Okay, so here we're going to say div class name. Okay, so class name will say mb 10. Want to say text white. That's not white. Text white, and want to say find anything. I didn't put capital letters on that. Find anything. Okay, in here we're going to say span. We're going to say class name. We're going to say PG black. You can see I'll find anything already has popped up. PG black, text white, and padding 1, and rounded medium. Okay, so here we want to use the locations icon. Let's see if it will pop up. Location on icon. Okay, it's not going to pop up. So let's just come to here. So come to a location. We're looking for location on or location on. Okay, here. So copy this, paste it here. If we didn't put this use client, we'll not be able to import this to give us an error. So that's why we immediately instinctively know to use client here. So location here, and we say all Nigeria. All right, so that is popping. Let's check here. So you can see here we need a bit of space, so we're just going to do this. Okay, we've gotten the space. So find anything in all Nigeria. Okay, so let's see how it looks here too. Okay, the same thing. Perfect. Now we need to create our inputs, our search bar. Okay, So what we're going to do, we're going to come after the div here. No, this span, this div, come down. Here we're going to say form action. This action we're just going to leave it blank for now. We're going to say div class name. We're going to say flex pg white padding 2 rounded small. You can say mx also, and width should be full. That means full width. Okay, inside here we're going to say an input. We're going to say the type should be text. We're going to say we're going to leave all of that. We're going to say class name. We're going to say flex 1 pg transparent outline. We don't want any outline none. Then we're going to see here search. Okay, I forgot that it's not going to manually automatically import for us, so we have to come here. So say search. Okay, so search here, search icon. Come here, put that here. So search icon. Okay, so let's check how this is looking. Shouldn't be giving us issue. What is the issue here? It says expected div just x identifier. Let's check. Action. Let's just cancel this action here. Our code doesn't have any issue. Alright. Okay, so it's working now. So you can see our input is looking good. Now we need to work on our left side. We say left side. Perfect. So we'll say div. Source. So come here. Get the ladies to appear. Copy image address. Come to our home code. Then here. Paste this here. I'm going to say Auth. The logo. Class name. We're going to say hidden, just like the dude, inline. Alright, so we should see it appear. Let's refresh. Alright, boom. As you can see, looking neat. See, that looks neat, right? Yes, looks neat. Okay, so now we've created our navbar, our footer. Okay, so we've done the base and our header as well. We've done the basic of what we need to do. Now we need to install NextAuth. Okay. All right. So, okay. No. We need to work on our error file and our loading UI file. But we'll work on the loading UI file when we're fetching data into this component. What we're going to do is that we're going to create a universal error file now, so that any error we have, we can interact with that error file page. So what we're going to do, we're come into our app here. We're going to create a file, say error.tsx. Okay, so now we're going to say RFC. I'm going to export this as process error. Okay, so here now we're going to create our own error looking page. So let's just work on that. So what we're going to do, we'll say class name, max width, Excel. We're going to say mx auto and text center and padding 10. And we're going to say p class name. This doesn't pop out when I want it to pop out. It just pops out when it wants to. Font bold text to Excel. And we're going to see here. What happened? We ran into a bit of an issue. Then we're going to say paragraph again. We'll say the page you are looking for may have been moved, deleted, or possibly never existed. Okay, then here we're going to say we need the reports of icon. What we're going to come to material UI. I'll come here, reports. Okay. No, don't use this. This is the report Gmail. Okay, see this. Don't use this. Alright, we don't need this. Just paste this. And after the p tag, we want to say report of icon. Then we're going to say font size. Of this should be large. This is just controlling the size of the icon. If you are using icons for material UI, I implore you read more on the documentation so you can better know how to control them. All right, so report size, font size large. Then we're going to say h tag, h6 tag here, say class name. I'm going to say style, inline CSS here, font size 100 px. Okay, we're going to say 404. And here we're going to say div, class name, for online. Okay, so we need another icon. So we'll come here. Arrow circle. Ooh, left. All right. Come here. And then we're going to do a tag. We're not going to use we're not going to be using the link here. We're going to be using the a tag instead because we want like a refresh of the entire browser. If you use link, it's not going to refresh the page, but we want the whole page to refresh since it was an error. We just want the whole page to refresh. So we'll say back to home page. All right, so we've worked on the error. Anytime when we're working on functions and we have error in our functions, we're going to be seeing more of this page. For now, let's just remove that. And let's get to the second part of our project. So we're going to install NextAuth. We're just going to say NextAuth. Come to our terminal. We're going to kill terminal. I don't know why okay, it seems like it's just come here directly. You can see just little response of what the benefits of NextAuth are. Okay, so while NextAuth is loading, it seems it's taking a while. Let's just go to our application. We're going to close this. We're going to create a file in our app for our routes. Okay, all right, so in our app, we're going to create a folder named API. Inside this folder, we're going to create another folder named Auth. And inside this Auth, we're going to create another folder name dot 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 NextAuth. All right, perfect. So just as we're creating that, our NextAuth page finally opened. Let's say get started. So the first we want to do, we want to install NextAuth. We copy this, come to here, paste it, and install that. Then we need to add an API route. Now you can see here, if you're using the pages router and folder, you can see inside pages API auth, you create the page NextAuth like this. But we are using nextJs 13, and also we're using the app router. So you can see you can initialize the configuration using our new route handlers by following our guide. Page underscore app. So here, let's click here and see what they have on this page. I implore you to also come to this website and go through the documentation. It's very, very simple to understand and very straightforward. So this is still loading. I don't know why their page is so unresponsive. Okay, so I'm just going to explain how you're going to do this, how we're going to work on this ourselves. So in this NextAuth file here, come here, we're going to create a new file under the API auth and brackets of 3 dots NextAuth. We're going to create route.cs. In this route, we're going to import NextAuth. Okay. And we're also going to be creating a new file here, options .ts. Okay, so in our options.ts, we're just going to leave that as it is. Let's go back to our route. Then here we're just going to say import options. We haven't created this yet, so it won't like show us like anything. We're just going to do that from options. We're going to say constant handler equals to NextAuth, and we're going to put these options here. So we're going to export handler as get and handler as post. It's perfectly okay if you not understand what I'm doing here. You understand it later on. Okay. So I finally open the page here. I'm trying to look through this. API routes, next response. Okay. All right, let's go back to this. Okay, so we've seen how to set up our route. Now in our options, it's how we are going to be using Next.js to log into the application. Here we're going to be using a provider. We're going to be using the Google provider. So as you can see, there's so many providers you can use. So many. But we're going to be using Google because Google is like the most popular. So in our options file that we've created now, you can see we have our providers, Google provider, client ID, client security. We're going to be getting this from the Google console. So let's work on that now, okay? Alright, so in our options file, we're just going to say import type NextAuth option. Okay, then we're going to say import Google provider from, okay, we can even see it here, so we're just going to copy this. So we have imported our Google provider. Then now we're going to say export constant options. I was going to use credentials like create our own email and password form, but I was like, nah, maybe I'll do that in a separate video. So you guys should let me know in the comments if you want me to do something like that. Let me know in the comments. Okay, what's wrong with this? Is Mr. Everybody required in type of options provided declared here? Just leave that. So we'll say providers, and we're going to be using. Okay, you can even see everything is already here. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now we have our client ID and client secrets, and for this we have to go to Google Console. So let's go to Google Console. This Firebase Console. So let's say Google Cloud Console. Click on this. Okay, no, don't want that. Okay, yeah. Our Google Cloud Console. That's what we want to go to. Okay, so you can see here saying select a project. I'm just going to select on. Okay, so once you go to Google Cloud, let's go to the main page. Okay, this is Google Cloud, right? And we're logged in with our account here. I have my account here, and we're going to select a project. I'm going to select JIJI clone here, and you can also create your own, or you can select something that you have. Normally, if you want to like get started from this, you have to create a new project. As you can see, you can create a new project here. Okay, you can see you can put your project name and your location, and you can create that. But I already have one. But since we're going through this together, let me follow you on the same steps, because I had someone that was complaining that he was having issues of this. So we're going to say JIJI version 2, organization, no organization. To say create. So you can see it will be like loading as creating. So it has created it. So we want to select that project. So we are currently on the project we've selected, right? So that's good. So now we're going to come down to API and services, and we're going to come to credentials. Okay, we're going to click on credentials. Okay, now we can see configure consent screen. Let's click on that. External test user Google account. Your app will start in test mode. I will be available to users. You add to the list of test users. Once you have users, you will verify your app. Once you are available to users within your organization, verification. Okay, no, let's leave this. Let's go back to credentials. Over here, I want to enlarge this. We want to work on our OAuth 2 client. Okay, so it says we have to create credentials to be able to access our APIs. Let's go back there. Let's just choose external and create app name JIJI version 2, support email, this app logo, no need, application home page, because we're currently using okay, let's go back here. We're using localhost 3001. We're going to copy that, come here, paste it, authorize domains, that's this email address. Let's put my email address too, and say save and continue. Okay, and save and continue. Right. Now we'll come to our credentials. Create credentials. So create credentials. OAuth client ID. Application type. It's a web application. Okay. Name. Say JIJI version 2. Okay, authorize JavaScript origins. Okay, want to use 3001. So if you're hosting your application online, right? Whatever domain you get, you need to come back here and add it. If not, it won't work. Okay. So add URI. Now this URI is URI we're going to get from here. So let's just refresh this. Okay, we need to start this first. We need to come here and create a new file and create it .env.local. Okay, so this is our environmental file, and over here we want to create, say, Google underscore ID equals to, and say Google underscore secrets. Okay, and say NextAuth underscore secrets, and we're just going to leave this here for now. We're going to come back here, like this kind of components. Okay, in our components, in our error file. Okay, it seems the error is coming from our error file, so let's come here and see. So refresh this. Alright, so our application is working now. Let us wrap our entire project with the NextAuth. So what we want to do, we want to go to our layouts. Let's go to our layer, and we're going to import Auth provider. Okay, hold on. We're going to create a new folder in our app directory. I'm going to call it context. Okay, so I want you to do that. So in our context, we're going to create a file, Auth provider. Okay, .txx. Okay, so once we create our Auth provider, here we're going to say use client. Then we're going to say import session provider. Okay, then we're going to say export default function Auth provider. Say children. Here we're going to say children is a React node. Okay. All right, so this is just TypeScript in function, this little part here. Normally we'll just pass in props as children and that will be all, but in TypeScript you have to type check whatever you're passing in JavaScript. So this children here is a React node. You can see it here, React node. Okay, so after we've done that, we want to say return session provider children. All right, now that we've done that, we'll go back to our layout and we can import Auth provider from the page. Then in our layout, we need to wrap our body tag here, everything in our body tag with Auth provider. Okay, so we've successfully set up NextJs and NextAuth here now. Perfect. Now that we've set up NextAuth, we want to make all the page depend on you logging in. We want you to be logged in before you can access any page in our application. So how are we going to do that? We're going to be using Middleware. If you come to NextAuth, you can just search Middleware. Okay, so in Middleware, you can use Next.js middleware with NextAuth to protect your site. Next.js 12 has introduced middleware as a way to run logic before accessing any page, even when they are static. So now, middleware is really amazing because you can protect your pages before they even load. So what we're going to do, we'll come here, create a new file. I'm going to call it middleware. Hope that spelling is correct. .ts. So in this file, we're going to say export default from NextAuth middleware. Perfect. Now with this, just this setup like this, all pages are protected by middleware. It means the user has to log in before they can access your site. So if I refresh here now, to tell me there's a problem with the server configuration, check the log files for more information. It's simply just telling us that we are not signed in. So we're going to work on that now. All right, guys. So I had to like proof check everything because I was getting a lot of errors. Um, so let's just rerun our code and see what it shows us. Okay. So just go to your terminal, key the instance, and rerun your application. Okay. Because it seems like that was what the issue was on it. So okay, so now that we've rerun our application, we can see, okay, I didn't have this here before. So please come to your options, just add hash string here and hash string here. Okay. All right, thank you. So now we just come to sign in with Google because all our pages are protected by middleware right now. Now, if we don't want all the pages to be protected by middleware, what we can do is that we can come over to our middleware file and say export constant config, right? And say matcher. Okay. And here we can create an array of pages we want to protect. Okay. If you want all the pages to be protected by middleware and NextAuth, you can just leave it like this. You can delete this out. But if you want only certain pages to be protected, for instance, just say dashboard or profile page, you can just do this. You say profile, and then come here, make another one, and say dashboard. Okay. And if you save this, if we go back to host 1, say internet server error, let's just key this terminal and run this again. Say localhost 1. Okay, so you can see page is successful. There is no issue. The main page will load just as you want. But if you want to block it, for instance, now let's go to our app because I really want you guys to understand this very well. Let's create a new folder, a new route, say profile, and create a page here. Just CSX and say RFC. Come on, RFC. Okay, and see profile, and say profile here, right? And we come to our navigation and we say profile. You see immediately it takes us to come and sign in because this page is protected by middleware here. So now we're just going to delete this because we've proved our point. And this, we're just going to hash this out because we actually want all the pages to be protected by NextAuth. So now we're going to click sign in with Google. Why is it giving us that issue? We'll say localhost. No. Localhost 1. Sign in with Google. Why is it taking us here? Is that the default? Okay, what we're going to do, we are going to kill this instance here, and we're going to kill this here so we can run this on 3000 to make sure we're not getting because I have 2 projects on currently. We don't want to have that issue, so we're going to start this project on 3000. I know some of you already have your own on 3000, so 3001 like me. We're just going to come back here, say 3000. Delete this instance. All right, so we're in 3000. Sign in with Google. So you can see access blocked, authorization error. The reason we have authorization error is because in our .env.local, this Google ID, Google secret are not real. They won't work. They won't give us that access. But what we want to get from here, we wanted to get a URL back code, but we're not seeing it here. We're just going to go back to our old client here. So 0 authorize redirect for use with request from a web server. cancel, say create. So here we get our client ID. Let's copy this. And then we get our client secret. Let's copy this too. And save. Now we'll come back to, now that we've adjusted our environmental variables, we need to kill this terminal again. And here we're just going to run it again. Okay. So now we're just going to come here and say localhost 3000. And we come to our signing. And we say sign in with Google. We should have redirect URI mismatch. Okay. So now we get this is what I was looking for, a redirect URI, because over here we need one. So if you say edit your Auth client, edit this, you can see our URI. We don't have that because we're using nextJs, and nextJs is pretty much a server. So we're going to come back here, see error details. Now we get the callback, and we're going to copy this, copy, come here. We're going to say add URI, we're going to paste that, and we're going to say save. So now it's saved, we're done. Go back to localhost, click on with Google, and we hope it has reflected. Boom, you can see that it has reflected. So now we're being redirected to our application name is over here, which is awesome. So we click on this, and now we should get redirected back to our home page. Wonderful. Now that we're redirected back to our home page, I want you to take a look at your cookies. If you inspect, come over to application, come over to cookies, open it up, you can see 3000. These are the sessions that are created by NextAuth. They create these sessions which are which have been encrypted. So we're going to use this because this is the NextAuth callback URI. It's telling us come back to the home page. This is the session here. So we're going to decrypt this session and use it to get our user's name, their email, and also their image from Google. Okay. So we're done with that part. So now that we're done with that, we also want to go ahead and install Firebase on this and set up our Firebase console. So we're going to kill this terminal now. We're going to come over here. We're done with Google API. So we're going to go to Firebase. See get started. As you can see, I already have JIJI clone here, but I want to join you guys in starting up something new so that we both have similar projects. So we're going to start. We're going to say JIJI version 2. Enter. Okay, we're going to disable Google Analytics. Create project. It's going to take a while to do that. While that is working, we've reached 1 hour. Wow, that is incredible. Okay, so right now JIJI version 2 is just finishing up. So our project is ready. We're going to say continue. And now we're going to come here. We're going to say project settings, I believe, yes. Okay, there are no apps in your project. We want to pick this because this is web app. Web app, we're going to say JIJI version 2. So we register. So here, let's say J. And you must be wondering, why do we have a NextAuth secret here? If you're using NextAuth, you just have to have a secret code. It can be anything you want. As you can see, mine is just 3 words there. So we copy our install. We want to install Firebase. Then, while this is installing, we want to create a new file here and call it firebase.js. Okay, now while this is working still, we want to come here, we want to copy this, yeah, come to our Firebase, paste this. Now we don't want to expose all these API keys in our main application, so what we want to do, we want to come to our next environmental file, maybe bring it down here. Good. Then we want to come down here, we want to say next underscore public, next underscore public Firebase API key equals to I've already done this before, so I'm just going to copy and paste my own because I don't want to do the hard work that you guys are going to have to do right now. So what you want to do, let me just clear all of this. So I'm very sure you can see it on my screen. Let me just even take this up here. So if you're seeing this on my screen, I want you to be doing the same on your own end. I want to create these five or six instances, as you can see here. Do that on your own side, and then once you've done with that, you want to come here, copy this, the API key, paste it here, go to the next one, copy, paste it here, next one, copy, paste it here, go to the next one, copy, paste it here, next one, copy, paste it here, and then the last one, copy, and then paste it here. All right, now that you're done with that, we want to go back to our Firebase.js here, and rather than this, I'm just going to bring my own. All right, so our API key, this is how you access your environmental files, process.env. The name of the API here. So I want you to do this in your own application as well. We're also going to be importing some certain things, like let me just paste that here. We're going to be importing all these functions. We're going to be using them. Then also I am going to be pasting this as well. So I want you to copy this and do it on your own end as well. App DB storage, we're also going to be exporting that. We're going to be using that in our applications. All right. Okay guys, I just came back from a quick break. I went over for my jiu-jitsu class and I just got back so we can get on with the video. Now we've set up almost basically everything we're going to need, like outside of just coding. We've set up NextAuth, we've set up our Firebase, we've connected everything to our application. So now users can sign into our application. Now we're going to work on the next thing. We want to display the user's image here and work on the logout, because you obviously want users to be able to log out. So let's get started on that. Now we're going to go back to our navbar. Okay, so our navbar says X here. This X. We're going to import a few things. We're going to say import sign out. Okay, let me have this here. Sign out from NextAuth. We're also going to import redirects and use path name. So over here we have use router. We're going to import redirect. Then we're also going to import use path name. Let me just shift this over here so it doesn't disturb me while I'm typing. Put this under here. Sorry for that. Okay, so use path name and redirect. We're going to see why we're importing that in a second. So coming over here and make this my this thing window much bigger. So we've imported router. So we're going to say constant path name. No. Path name equals to use path name. Now this is going to allow us to see the current path name that we're in. For instance, if we're in the main page here, the path name is going to be let's just look at it. Let's just say console.log path name. All right, so if we come here and we inspect slide this here, console, and let's refresh this page. Okay, it seems like, okay, that's what npm run dev. Okay, so server started. Let's refresh this with minutes. While we're waiting, I want to adjust my echo. Okay, all right, I think that's much better. All right, so our application has restarted. Okay, we can see here this is the path name we're getting. Let's say we put /James. All right, so because it's a 4 page, it's not noted. Let's come back here. Let's create. Do we have another page here in our app directory? Let's create find out. No, just find, and inside the file, let's create a page. You don't have to do this. I just want to show an example for you guys how use path name works. Okay, let's just say find. Let's say find. Okay, so if we come over here and say find, enter. Okay, so you can see here we get /find. So this use path name is just giving us the path name of the page we're currently in. As you can see what appears here. That's because I'm using Console Ninja. It is an extension. If you want to use it, you can just install it in your Visual Studio Code. It allows you to see what you see in the console, and you can see that right in your code as you're typing it. So let's just cancel that. Okay, so now that we've gotten our use path name, we want to check our session to get the information that the user has used to log in. So we're going to say import use session from NextAuth. Then down here we're going to say constant. We're going to use array destructuring data session. Okay, we're going to say use session brackets. We're going to require true. Then we're going to say on authenticated. This is just a function to run in case the user was able to bypass our middleware. We still want to put checks in our application. We can still do that. And our navbar is an element, is a component that is present in everywhere on the page. We used it in our layout file in the app router. So our navbar is going to be everywhere in our application. So once the navbar runs, we want to check if the user is signed in or is not signed in. And if the user is not authenticated, we want to redirect them. We want to redirect them back to the sign-in section. So say API /auth/sign in, and they want to create a callback. This callback, so callback URL is redirecting user back to that page. Let's say the user was on page find, right? And it finds out the user is not authenticated. It will log them out. It will not, sorry, they were not logged in. It will direct them to the sign-in page. And once they sign in, we don't want to then direct them back to the home page. We want to direct them back to the page that they were on when they went to sign in. So that's why we're using this callback URL. Fortunately for us, we can't even access the application without being signed in. So if you have a system where you're only you're only protecting certain pages, you may still want to use something like this. So for instance, if they go to the dashboard and it directs them to the sign-in page, you want them to go back to the page that they left. You can just use it in any way you wish or you would like. I'm just using it here, so it depends on you to use it any way you choose to use it. I just want to show you guys different ways of proof checking your code. So this is a callback URL to take them back to the paths they were on, which is what we're doing here. And that is it. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, so now we're going to scroll down to our view list icon, and over here we want to create okay, we're not going to work on that now, so let's just leave that for now. Let's go here. Let's say div class name, drop down. Now we're going to be using something from Daisy UI. So this drop down is drop down from Daisy UI. Drop down over my also. Drop down some. Drop down. All right. So here we're going to be using the image that we get from our NextAuth session dot user dot image. Before I continue, let me try and show you guys what we get from session, because some of you will be like, what are we getting from session? Let's just say console dot log session. So I want to see what we get back from NextAuth in our session. So we can see here what we'll get. We get a user object right here. Sorry about that. We get email, the user's email. We get the user's image, and we get the user's name. So we're accessing this image here to display it here. You can see it's already displayed. See it here. I haven't just styled it yet. So since that is simple enough, I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say rounded full, and the width should just be 8. We're just going to say alt user image. We'll save this. Here we're going to go UL. Just see how that is going. So we're going to be seeing what's going on in our code. Let's just skip this here. So we're going to UL tab index. This is also part of Daisy UI. I'm just using it here. So I'm just hard coding it for you guys. Class name, content z1, new shadow BGBs 100, rounded small with 40. So here we want to have list. Okay, I think we can even just change this to just simple things. Or we can just say so it depends on you how many lists you want to have here. I'm just going to have just, I think, 4. Maybe I'll change some of this to my clients. Depends on what you want to have here. Feedback. And here we're just going to create we're going to make this button. I'm going to say on click. So this is our signer. Let me just put log out. So this is our sign out function if we want the user to be signed out by NextAuth, sorry. Sign out. This here. Alright, so let's go back. Have this load. Okay, Okay, perfect. You can see drop down menu here, and once we click log out, we're automatically logged out. As you can see, we have the callback URL here to be find. So if we sign in this, we're going to be redirected to the find page. I just thought that would be something really nice for you guys to know. As you can see, we're back to the find page, which I think is awesome. I think it's important you guys also know that as well. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to work on is creation of ads. We need ads to be created for this application to fill out. As you know, it's a dynamic application on its own, so we need things to fill it out. So we're going to create a new directory. We're going to say create, because we're creating an ad. Why is this thing not allow me to edit? Create. I'm going to create for a.csx. Okay. So here we're just going to say RFC. I don't know why my RFC is so slow. Create. This we're going to move this right here. We're going to create a component here. I'm going to say call this create add form.csx and RFC. Yes. Add form. So we're going back to our create page, and we're calling that from here. Create add form. Okay, perfect. So we've done that. If we come here, we want to create a button here to allow us to direct to that page. So let's go there. Okay, after this div here, we want to create a button. Let's say on click function router dot push create pass name btn warning btn. All this is from Daisy UI. You can go over to Daisy UI website and just check it out for yourselves. Okay, my auto mr10. All right, and here we can have cell. All right, perfect. So now that we have this, we should be able to no. So here we can see our logo is kind of like I don't like the way it's loading there. So what we're going to do, we're going to come to this place here, our image. I'm going to put all all epic. Let's try that. All right, so you can see we have JIJI, and then it switches to once it loads. I think that's much better, so that we don't have that distant delay that I just don't like. So when we click the cell button, we're navigated to the create page. So now we're going to be working on our form. So we're going to close all our other pages, because this page is a very technical page, and it's going to take a considerable amount of brain power just to create this page. All right, so in this page we're going to be creating a form, right? So for this form we need an initial state, right? And we need use states. Okay, so we're not going to work on the form yet visually. We're just going to work on certain aspects of the form first. We'll just give ourselves some space to work with. First things first, we're going to say constant form data, set form data equals to use state. Now use state, right? And we're going to say initial state. All right. So we want our states. We want our state to have an initial state here. The reason is because we're going to be resetting the form back to the initial state with a click of a button or when we submit data. So we want to be able to clear everything by just setting it back to the initial state. Now, this is TypeScript. This is not a regular JS file. So we need to write the types for this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all create the initial state. So that's that. We're going to say constant initial state is equals to this. We're going to say category. I'm going to say electronics. That should be the first thing we have set up. We're going to say location. We're going to say empty. We're going to say YouTube because we're going to have a YouTube view. So in case you have like you want to show a product, you may show like a YouTube link to that project and product. So we'll say YouTube. I'm going to say title, and we're going to say description. No. Let's see. We're going to say price. We'll set it to 0. We're going to say contact number. We're going to say that's null. Negotiable. We're going to say that's true. And we're going to say images. I'm going to set that to an empty array. So this is our initial state. Now this is TypeScript. So we need to type check this initial state. Okay. So how do we do that? Now, what we're going to be doing, we're going to come over to here. I'm going to create a lib folder, sort of like a library. We're going to create a file, and we're going to call it types.txx. In types.txx, we're going to export types. We're going to export type form data. I know this may seem a little like weird to people who are not used to TypeScript, but just follow the flow for now. I'm very sure you pick it up like later on. So just go with the flow now and you'll pick it up. I promise you. All right. So here we're going to list out all those things we had. We'll say category. Now category is a string, right? Is a string. So we're going to put string. Location is still a string. Obviously, YouTube is a link, but it's also a string. Title is also a string. Description is also a string. Price is a number, right? Or it can be null. Sometimes there can be nothing inside. We're also going to be using user's email, so we know the person who created the ad. So we're going to say this is a string, and we're going to say contact number. Contact number, it needs to be set as not a string, but has a number, or it can be null. Okay, the reason we're putting it can be null is because here we're already setting it to be null already. So if we just put number, this is going to throw up an error because null is not a number. So that's why we're putting it can be number or it can be null. It can be nothing inside. So negotiable. Negotiable is a boolean, right? It's true or false. Images is an array, but the array is of string types, right? So this is our form data type, right? So good. So we're going to come over here. So we're going to come over here. I'm going to say form data and import it. Has it imported? No, it has not. So we're just using control space and import that. If you're using Mac, then you can do that manually. Yes. All right. So this is how we can set the state. This is our state of our form. I just wanted us to create the state first before we start working on it, working on the visual aspect, right? So what's wrong with our initial state? The type category string contact null is not set parameter type form data property is missing in type. Okay, using saying is actually giving us a good distance, because here user email is not used, so we're just going to remove this. I think, yeah, so that should be good. So we're just going to remove that for now. We may come back and add it later on, but let's say it goes. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need constant error to help us manage our error in case there's any error with an application. Use states. Is that an error type? Okay, this isn't working, so we're going to just say error can be set to true or false, right? So here we're just going to say boolean, and here we're just going to say false. Okay, perfect. Now we also need to set a constant success, so we're just going to move this, change this to success. I'm going to say set success. We state boolean, so success is currently false because we don't have, like, we've not set success at all. So now that we have that, we're also going to set a loading state, and we just want to make sure all this is done now, so that later on we can just be working on it little by little. Oh, sorry, my typing is very weird. All right, loading. All right, so that is set and done, right? So now we're going to start working on what we can see. All right, so return the div. Let's start with the class name. We're going to say max width 6 XL. We're going to say mx auto, say margin top 5. Okay, so here we're going to come down. We're going to say div class name. We're going to say width should be 90%. Medium screen, the width should be 57%, and on large screen the width should be 60%. Sorry, I'm sweating. Let me just get a hand towel. All right, so I just needed a hand towel to, like, wipe my face because I was already sweating. So we're going to say mx auto here. The reason I'm sweating is because I don't have a fan on or an AC on, because I don't want it to affect the audio. Okay, I want the audio to be crystal clear. I'm just loving the audio right now. I love that I got this mic. It really helps. Only major thing, I want to connect it to this so that I can just be typing and talking. So hopefully I'll be able to do that later on. So all right, div class name. I want this to be padding of 3 and bg white. mx auto and text center relative if bounded medium. So I'll just save this so it looks more appealing. So here we're going to say post add, and we're going to say span post add span class name. We're going to say absolute right 3 text green 600 text should be small over cursor pointer. Okay, I'm going to on click. Okay, on click. And this on click right here, this is going to be, I'm not going to set it. Let me just clear this. I'm not going to set it now. I'm going to set it later on. There. All right. So let's refresh this page. We should not be having an issue. What is it saying? You import a comment that needs to use works client component. So what we're supposed to do was supposed to come to the top and say use clients. All right, so we can see we have our post ad, we have our clear button here, really nice. And now we can work on the start of the form. So just give ourselves a bit of space. Say div class name, margin top 5, margin 3, py 7, bg white, and mx02 text and relative rounded empty and space y5. Okay, so here we can declare this as the start of the form. Wonderful. So now in our form we're going to be using, why do we have this PG white, we have margin top of 5, and in this place here we have, don't have our background color here. Okay, all right, just leave there. So it's saying loading chunks fill. What was the matter? 1 2 1 here, 1 2 here. Let's refresh this again. Okay, no issue. Now we're going to go over to MUI, and I want you to come over to here, material UI, get started, and components. We're going to be working with text field for this section. As you can see the code here, text field. We're going to be working with this mostly. And I just want to show you this because, like, in the code we're going to write now, I've already like taken them and edit them and warp them into the way I want them to be. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to come back here at the start of the form. We're going to say text. Okay, no, let's come back here and open this up. We want to copy this. I want to paste it at the top here. Okay, now I want to come back down here. Text field. ID. Outline. Select. C. Label. Value is going to be form data dot category 6. There's a width 250 pixel. Here we're going to say on change, and anytime this thing is changed, we want to run a function and say set form data. Okay, all right. No, category needs to be from here. We're going to pass event. Yeah, we're going to say event dot target value. Okay, I'm going to close this. Save. All right. So this is like a drop down menu. Okay. So in our currencies, wow, we actually named this as currencies. No wonder we're having this issue. All right, so in our lib folder, we're going to create a file, and we're going to call it categories. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste a bit of data onto this. Feel free to go to the GitHub file and get this file for yourself. Let me just paste this so you see. We just have an array here of value and label pairs. So we can see the value here is agriculture, and the label will be agriculture and food. So we're going to be using this value and label pairs. If you don't want to go to the GitHub, you can just pause this and copy out some of them for yourself. And we're going to be using that here because this is a select drop-down select form, and we just want to like map through all these categories we've created here. So what we're going to do, we're going to say wait, let's go back there. You can see which we have this as currencies, which is wrong. So we'll say go categories. All right, this is much better. So we're going to come here and say categories, import that. If it doesn't import for you, please import it manually. So we're going to map through all of them. The option, you can see menu item. This menu item, we need to import it, so we import it here. If it doesn't do that automatically, please do that for yourself. I'm going to say key equals to option dot value. Okay, I'm going to say value equals to option dot value. Okay, then we're going to say option dot label should be here. So we're going to save this and come back to our code, refresh this. My system is like heating up, it's crazy. So if we have a drop down, we can see all the labels of the array we created here is here, and we can just select anyone and we'll automatically have that as our data. If I come to our create add form here and I just say console log form data, and you can see our error page is now working. Anytime we have an error in a function, this will load for us. So you can see that error is gone. So yeah, it's gone. So console, and you can see here we have electronics as the default. But if we click on this and select property and we come back here, we can see the category has been changed to property successfully. Okay, so that's just how we're going to be working with this. And we're going to create another one, but this time we're going to be using location. So in this lib, we're going to create another folder, say location.txx, right? And I'm also just going to get that from our file. This one is very, very long. I do urge you to just go to the GitHub page and just get this file from the lib folder, location.txx, okay? Because I don't think you can pause and write all of this. This is just long. But what this is just a name. We're just going to be using this name here. That's all we're going to be using. It's a array of states in Nigeria. Now, if you're in any other country, you can prepare this for yourself by creating an array of just like name. You can just put name, or you can just have an array of names to make it simpler for yourself. I just have this long, very lengthy file, but I'm just using it like that. So don't mind me. So we're going to copy. We're going to just double this. Okay. So I want you to do that. And here we're going to change the label. We're going to say select location. Okay. And here we're going to be using from data dot location. and width, the same thing. For here, we're going to have margin top of 15 px. Okay, so you can see I'm sweating again. Space is very hot, by the way. I'll try and find a way to solve this issue. So we're going to have this to be location, and here we're also going to change this to location. It's not letting us import. Just control spaces. See if we can find it. Perfect. Okay, so we've imported this, and here we're just going to change this value to name. From here, say name as well, and just save and just refresh this. So once we change this to, let's say, Edo, you can see our location has changed to Edo. All right, so that is looking very clean and neat for us. So we're going to come back to our code, and after this text field, we're going to say image. So now we're going to be working with the image. So we're going to say div class name. We're going to say text left, text small. The width should be 350 px. MX auto. Div class name. You can see font semi-bold. Add photo. And here we're going to say div. It is small because we want it to be very small font. You can see add at least 2 photos for this category. Okay, so we're going to come to this our small here. Say class name, and we're going to say text, and I want to change the color of this, so we're going to say hashtag 464 B4F. So we're going to save this. Just a quick break. Let me just clean my face. All right, so I had a little bit of refreshment and I'm ready to go. All right, so now we have our add at least 2 photos to this category, small. So we're going to continue. We're going to see break line. Let's see another small class name. We're going to say text. Okay, the same thing. Close, and we're going to see first picture is the title picture. Okay, so just to inform the user that first picture he selects is the main picture. So after this div here, I'm going to create a span. I'm going to create a span. Say class name. I'm going to say py2, just padding up and down. I'm going to say flex, which is space x3. Okay, so we're going to close this. Now we need to create our images ref. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to come to our top here. I'm going to create a constant. Say file pcar ref. Okay, we're going to say use ref. We're going to say null is here. We're also going to come here and say no. Okay, this is our TypeScript working here. So we're going to scroll back down. Let's scroll back down. Okay, over here we're going to say impute type file. We're going to hide this hidden. I'm going to say multiple. This allows us to select multiple files. We're going to say ref equals to file picker ref. Okay, so we're going to say unchange. We want this to be an event, and we're going to say add image to post target files. Okay, so after this we're going to close this. All right, so now that we have this is hidden, of course, so we need something to display to users so they will able to like know that they can click something from here. If we come over to MUI, say material icons, we're going to look for an icon, and that icon is going to be add. So we can pick any icon we want from here. See this one is looking nice. This one is actually looking much better. So we're going to copy this and scroll up here, paste this, add a photo icon, come down here, and we say add a photo icon. What's wrong with this? It's saying impute file hidden. Did I spell this right? Okay, that's why. Is this correct? Multiple. Okay, that should be correct. All right, so now that we've done that, let's see how it looks. We have to sign in again. Okay, click on this. All right, so we can see if we click on this, we should be able to. We're not selecting anything. Okay, let's go through this code again. Maybe it's because of this add image we've not created. So let's go up and do that. Just delete this and see constant add image to post files any type, because it's an array we're probably going to get. Okay, so let's see if this works now. It's refreshing. Okay, so it work now. Okay, it is not currently working. Use ref. Did we import our use ref? Use ref is imported. If we come back here, let's go back and see where the issue is coming from. We have our event.target.files. Now it's not assignable to parameter of type any. Type null is not assignable to type any. Okay, what's the problem? Is it because of this? Let's change this. Refresh this. Okay, I see what the issue is now. I can see what the issue is. So because we used hidden here, we need to activate that input with a click from here. So when we come here, we need to say on click, right? Equals to function. I just forgot. File picker ref dot current dot click. Okay, that should be much better. So now let this load, and if we click on it, we should select files. All right, now we also want to see over also pointer, so that we can have a bit of like cover effect going on here. Okay, yeah. What happens through this whole div? Yeah, in this whole div. But we just want to the user to have that effect. Okay, so now that we've allowed ourselves to be able to select the images that we get, what do we do with these images? Okay, and now anytime we click it on change, it's coming to this here, this function here. Now this function is where we're going to be validating the images and then saving them to our images array in our form data state. Okay, so we're going to open this up. We're going to see if files.length is greater than 10, right? We want to set error because we've already created the error state. We want to set error to please upload maximum of 10 files, right? And before we continue on this, we need to be displaying this error, don't we? Yes, we do need to be displaying this error. So to do that, I just want us to go to this UI. Want to see our components, and want to come to alerts, and we want an alert like this. We want maybe this. We're going to copy this. I'm going to come down here. Let me see which is the level we're supposed to be on. I think after 3. Okay, let's just create it here. So error. So if error is true, then yeah, we just put what the error is. Okay, so now here we get if it is greater than 10. Let's put if it is less than 10, so that we can see how the error looks like. We want you to load. We want you to load. So let's just pick 2. Let's just pick 1. And you can see, please upload a maximum of 10 files. Already load. Already active. So we want to change this to if it is greater than 10, then show the user that error message. Okay, and once we show the user the error message, we want to cancel this entire function and return. Okay, so now we're going to say let's update it, because we have to check each of the images one by one. So we're going to create a for loop. So we're going to create an array like this, empty array. We're going to say for let's I equals 0, right? And I is less than the files.length I plus plus plus, standard for loop things. Then we're going to say constant new image equals to files I, right? Okay, then we're going to say new image, right? ID, okay, equals to max dot random. Just want a random number as this ID. Okay, so we're going to say if files I, the current file we're on, dot name, if it does not match with these things inside here, so we're going to create this and this dot this. So we'll say JPG or JPEG or PNG or GIF or WebP, $, and this, or the files i.size is greater than 5 MB. Okay, and the file size is greater than 5 MB. We want to set error, okay, and say the image file not supported, please re-upload. Okay, and then we'll return here. Okay, so then we want to say else set error to be null. Let's cancel this return because we don't have any code running even if that goes through. So set error to be null, and then we're going to say updated gallery dot push, and we're going to be pushing in the new image. So after we've done that, we're going to now say set from data to be from data images, and the images array should be updated to this updated gallery. All right, so this is pretty simple. I'm going to go through it again, just so that you guys get like 100%. We're just creating an empty array here, and then we're looking through all the files in the array. We're checking their name, we're checking their size. If they don't match with this image types that we have here, we're just going to say there's an error with the file size, and we're not going to continue that. So if there's no error, it matches this, the size is less than 5 MB. We're going to say set error to be null, and we're going to push that image into the array that we have here. And then after this for loop has run, we're then going to set the form data images array to be this array that we've gotten, data. So now that we've gotten that, we've gotten the images the user has selected for us, we need to display it so the user can see a preview of the images he has selected. So once we just want to come down here, and we just want to say form data, right, dot images. This is just saying if there is, if there's not, don't do anything. If there is, display, right? So we're going to map tree image, and we're going to say span. In that span, we're just going to say key equals to image.id. That's why we're creating that random mat number. Let's say image source. We're going to say url dot create object URL image, and we're going to now say class name, and we're going to say width of 12 and height of 12. So it's just exact alt, and we're going to say add image, and we're going to save, come here and refresh. The heat is getting me, you guys. The heat is getting to me. Okay, so if we select on this and pick multiple images, as you can see, we have all our images here. Isn't that looking nice? That is so dope. I know, right? So dope. So we have this setup. That's great. So we're going to continue. All right. So the next thing we have another text view, and our ID is outline. Are we using password input? So I am getting all this from Material UI. That's why you have all this like weird configuration. But just ignore the major of the configuration. Let's just get to the main thing. So we were just saying link to YouTube video. Type is text. And the value equals the form data dot YouTube. Then we have sx equal to width 350 pixel, margin bottom 15 px. All right, so that is done. Then we need to say on change e, and we're going to say set form data. All right, so dot form data, and we're going to see YouTube. The target of value. Okay, and we're going to close this. We're going to save. All right, so this is looking neat. So we're just going to take this and duplicate it, and the next one is title. So label here is going to be title of the ad. Text title. Ignore whatever is going on in this section. Let's just finish this code first. And the next one is the description. Okay. Why is this thing like this? Hope we've not broken something. Okay, we have not broken something. All right, so as you can see, our form is looking neat and clean. Love to see it. So description, change this to description. Description. Okay. All right, so we've done that. The next thing we're going to work on is the price and then the contact number. So we're just going to come here and say form control sx equals to, or I'm getting lazy. Let's just go to Material UI, go to the text field, because I'm really tired. So let's just scroll down. We have what we need here. But this is like a drop down. Don't want that. We want, I can't even find what I want again. I don't think I can find that again. I had to like, okay, I think this is what we need. So let's just open this code up. Okay, I think this is what we need, right? Form control with an outline input. Form control icon button. You also have input adornment. All right, see, we're just going to copy this input adornment because like I'm not seeing what I need. So just going to copy this, copy, come up here, paste that, full control. So everything I'm writing here is on the material website. If you're lost or you want to see how to maybe play around with what I'm doing, you can obviously just come here and do it. I'm just going to type it because I'm not seeing the exact configuration of what I want. XX, okay, maybe that's because I adjusted it a bit. That's why I'm not seeing the exactly of what I want. 350px. Input label HTML4 outline adornment, right? Adornments amongst price. Then here we can say outlined impute id equals to adornment amount, okay. Start adornment, okay, equals to impute, okay. Position start Naira, okay, label price type number value equals to from data dot price, let's say unchanged, equals to e set from data price. This should be a number. E dot target. Before, when I wasn't using this, right? When I wasn't using this, it was just giving me a string. I was causing a lot of errors in my code, so I had to like find a way to make it just a number immediately, and that's what this function does. Value. Okay. Then come here and close and save. Okay. Alright, just going to see it to make sure it's working correctly. Alright, so I think that's how it's supposed to work. I need a faster system. Like my system is just, it is not coping well with the this thing. It's not coping well with both recording, audio, and running the server at the same time. It's kind of like suffering. It's kind of suffering. So please make sure you like and subscribe so I'll be able to try one day and afford to increase the capacity of my laptop. So contact number here. Here we'll change this to tell. So label should be contact. Contact number. This should still be number. Let's change this to okay, so this is perfect. We still have one more thing to do. I'm just typing this now while this is has just pretty much crashed. Let's get another instance fee. So okay, all right, so telephone number right here. Perfect. So everything is working well. Everything's working well. So we got our contact number, the price description. Now we need to get whether it's negotiable or not. So we're just going to come here and say here this, and we're going to say form control label, import that. So control, we have check box. This checkbox checked equals to from data dot negotiable, and say unchanged. We want this to be a function, and we say set from data, okay, to be dot from data negotiable. Is that how you spell negotiable? Negotiable should be the opposite of from data dot negotiable. Okay, then here label equals to negotiable. All right, so that is perfect. We have our error showing here with our small alerts. Negotiable is there, and all right, so I think that is good. Now that we have that, we want to create a submit button. Okay. So after this div, okay, let's do it here. Say button, let's change it, say create ad. Here we're going to say on click equals to submit data, class name btn, width should be 350 px, and btn accent. Okay, create ad. All right. So let's just create the submit data function here so we don't get an error like we're already getting. So submit data equals to async, because this is going to be an async function. I'll just save this. So see our create ad here is like on top of this. We don't want it to be there. Let's see what happens if we take it and push it down. Wow. Set and just create a PR here. Alright, I think this is okay. This is okay. Okay guys, so now that we're done with most part of our form, we need to work on our submit. Now I want to congratulate everyone that has gotten to this point in the video, and from here we're now going to be doing some really special special stuff. Now in our submit data, I was just looking up, I just saw that here we're having error for this null, and that's because our boolean here is set to false, and set error instead of null, let's set error to false because it's a boolean, so it will give us an error if it's not a boolean that's being set as the error. So this should not have any issues again. Let's just close this and open it again. Okay, so you can see no issue here. I think it's just the argument type image file not supported. Okay, yes, because the set error here is set to boolean, so you want to say boolean or string. And now that we've set it to boolean or string, let's close this and open it again. We won't have any error here. So you see, TypeScript is always checking what is being set as this thing data. If you set something to be given as a string or a boolean, and let's say you're inserting a number in that constant, it will obviously throw up an error to inform you that this stuff is not the same type. So that's just really cool. So now that we have our submit data, let's begin. Anytime the user clicks this button, we want to set all error to be null. Let me just push my system a little back. Okay, we want to set all error to be null. So every time we click the submit the button, we want to set all the error to be null, and then really check our code. Then we want to set success. Have we created a success constant here? Okay, yes, we have. We also want to set success to be null. Is our set success success is also a boolean, so we want to also change this to also be a string. Okay, so we want to set success as well to be null. Then we want to get the user's email, because obviously when we want to submit this ad to the database, we want to submit the email attached with it, so we know which user created this advert, right? So we want to say constant user email, and to get the user email we need access to the use session to know which user is the user that is signed in, because when you're signed in, then we can have access to your email through NextAuth. So we need to import our NextAuth things here. So we need to import use session. So we come up here, we'll say import use session. Okay, now that we've imported use session, we just need to come down here and say constant data session equals to use session. Okay, so now we have the data of the user, so we can come back here and say session.user.email. So we get the user's email from here. What you can do here, you can just say console.log user email. Okay, so that we can see if this is working. Then we need to come down here and look at our submit. Okay, it's working. It's tied to our submit data. So here we want to relog in again because we're previously logged out. Okay, so if we click this button, we should see the user's email. Let's come to our console here. Just put this at the bottom so that it doesn't interfere. Just click this so you can see user's email is here. Okay, so that's perfect. That is working the way we want it to. So we're going to scroll back up. Let me close this terminal. We're going to scroll back up, and we're going to delete this because we're sure it is working now. So now we're going to handle our validations. All right, So how do we validate this data? So we're going to come to our lib folder and we're going to create a new file here. We're going to say validations.txx. All right, so we're going to come to validations. All right, so in validations, we're going to export a constant, and this constant is going to be form validate. Is it going to equals to? Now we're supposed to get some data from this function when we're using it. We want to get the category. We want to get the fields that we have to validate, right? In the form. So we're going to get the category, location, because we need a location for these goods. We need a title. We need a description. We need a price. We need a contact number, right? We need also need images. So now we get all this. This isn't what we want. We want this. Okay, so we need this and to use it in this function. Now it's going to show up an error. Why? Because we've not as you can see, it says parental category implicit has an any type. So in default this comes with an any type, but we don't want it. We want to specifically decide the type that this is going to get. So how do we do that? We're just going to come up here. We're going to say type form data, right, equals to, we're going to take all of this, copy, we're going to paste it here. Okay, then here we're going to say category equals to string. We're going to select location 2 equals to string, the title equals to string, description 2 equals to string, the price is equals to number, context equals to number, and the images is equals to, let me see, I've forgotten how we do this here. Okay, it's equal to an array of string. Okay, so we're not supposed to use equals to here. I totally forgot. We're supposed to use this column. Okay, so now that we've gotten this, what we simply want to do now, we just want to take that and come over here. We want to put this array here, objects, and then we want to say form data. So you can see we don't have an error anymore. That's because this has been we've properly given each data that we get a type. So as we've done that, we're not getting an error anymore. So we don't want to put this here. We want to put it in our type this thing file here. So we're going to copy this and delete. We're going to come to types. We're going to paste it here. And we're going to say export. So now that we're exporting it, we can just come here and say option space. If you're not using the Mac, you can do that manually. Okay, so we've gotten that. So now that we've gotten that, first things first, we want to console log this to see if we're getting what we need to get. So we're just saying console.log. We're just going to come here and paste this here. Okay, so we're going to come back to our create ads form, and in our validations, how are we going to call that function? So what we're going to do here, we're going to say constant validation results. Okay, so we're going to, when we run this function, the validate function, we want to get an error string, and sorry, an error boolean, and we want to get a message string from the function. So what we're going to do, we're going to say we need to define the types of that. So we're going to say error boolean, right? Then we're going to say message is a string. Okay, so we're going to say equal to form validate, and we're going to import that and say dot from data, and we're going to save. Okay, so we want to get an error and a message from this function. Okay, so we're going to try and do that anytime we're calling it. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just select this, type some things here, description, phone number, and we're going to submit. So you can see here we are getting what we need to get. We're getting electronics, Bauchi, the title FF, the description FFF, the price 220 naira, and the contact number 218. So you can see we're getting everything we need to get. So yes, our app is working the way we want it to be working right now. So we're going to come to validations. Since this is all working, we're just going to wipe this off, and now we're going to get into the deep of our validation. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to say if category is empty, or location is empty, or title is empty, or description is empty, or price is empty, or images dot length is less than 2, or there's no contact number. So if any of this is true, then we're going to return, we're going to return an error. We're going to say true, and a message, we're going to say incomplete form, please recheck. Okay, then we're going to come down, we're going to say if title dot length is less than 10 characters, because we want it to be a good title. We're going to return, let's just come here and copy this. We're going to return, and we're going to say title must be at least 10 characters. Okay, then the next one, we're going to say if description, okay, dot length is less than 30 characters. That means you've not given a good enough description. We're going to come here and we're changing this to description must be at least 30 characters. And save. Feel free to add any other like checks or validations you want to add to yours. You can do that in this validation function. Okay, so we're going to say if is not a number, price error true, and we're going to say price must be a number. Okay, then we're going to come here again and say if is not a number, contact number. We're going to say return error true, and the message needs to be contact must be a number. Okay, now if we've gone through all these checks and so everything must be all right here, so we're going to say return Let's just delete this. So we're going to return error false, and the message is validated successfully. Okay, so as you can see, we've properly done this. So now we're going to come back to our create ads form. So after the validation, we should be getting an error. So we're going to say if we're getting an error or not. So we're going to say if validation result dot error is true, we want to set error. We want to set error to validation results dot message. Okay, then we want to return. So after all this is good, we want to start a loading spinner, because after all this validation, we're going to submit the data, and that is going to give us a little wait. So we're going to set spinner. We're going to set loading to true. Now I'm going to show you how the spinner is going to work. If you check the docs in Daisy UI, let's just go and check it ourselves so I can show you guys. So in Daisy UI, if you come to components and you come to button, you can see we have button that has a loading spinner in it. So this is what we're going to implement. So it will, once the user clicks, it's been validated and it's about to submit, the user will get a loading sign showing that hold on, we're submitting your data on the database. And then after the data has successfully been submitted, it will remove this loading spinner, and he will get a message. The user will get a message showing successfully submitted. Okay, so we're just going to come down to our button, and inside our button we're going to add a span. Okay, because that is how it works here. Let me just show you. See here, span. So we're going to add a span. I'm going to say class name. Okay, now the class name, we're going to make it dynamic like this. So we're going to say constant loading. I'm going to say loading. So if loading is true, we want to get a loading spinner. Okay, and also loading. And else, if it is not true, we don't get anything. So we'll just save this. Save. Okay, so now that is done, I want to come back to I want to refresh this. I want to put everything right. So we're going to put fashion. Just click this. You can see incomplete form. Please recheck. I'll put a location Abuja. Still incomplete form. Title. Let me see. MacBook Pro 2015 version. Okay. Click this. Still showing us an error. So description. Let's just go to the title. I like to copy this because we are a bit lazy. Just get at least a minimum of 30 words. Then our NERA, we're going to set this to 20,000. 20,000. 2 million. Then the phone number, we're just going to type a bunch of numbers. We're going to submit. It's still showing us error. So we're going to come to the image, and we're going to look for any image we have. Okay, I have some wallpapers here. Open. You can see. I'm going to submit. So you can see all our data is correct. The only thing that is optional is this YouTube video. The user can choose to put a link here, or you can choose to not put a link here. It's all up to the user. But you can see our loading spinner has started to roll. So we don't have anything to switch off the spinner yet, because now we're going to submit our data. So start loading spinner. Next one is submit data to database. Okay, so Now that we've got all that done, we next want to submit the data to the database. So before we do that, we want to go to our Firebase and we want to create the instance of want to start our storage and our Firestore database, because we've not yet like set those up yet. So we need to go to our Firebase console and set those up. Okay, so JIJI version 2, what we're working with. We're going to come to build. We'll start with storage. Get started. You can either start in production mode or you can start in test mode. Now, if you do start in test mode, it will be switched off after 30 days. So what I'm going to do for you guys, I'm going to show you how to like just get it started so it doesn't switch off after 30 days, because you may want to post this your application somewhere, because I will be teaching you how to set up this application on the online to be live with its own link and everything, all for free with Verso. I'm going to show you guys that as a bonus at the end of this video. Okay, so let's just start it off in production mode so that Firebase doesn't switch off your application anytime soon. So just say done here. My laptop is like, it can fry an egg right now due to like the load being placed on it. It's like it's setting up this my secondary display, is powering this audio, keyboard is attached to it, it's charging at the same time, connected to the internet, and it's also doing voice and screen recording all at the same time. So it is jam-packed with work. All right, so you can see everything is set up. In our rules, we want to check our rules, because in our rules, so we can see allow read write if false. So what we want to do, we want to come here and change this to write true and then publish. So these are insecure rules. What is it saying here? Missing if before condition. Wait. Let's remove this. Unexpected true. Okay, let me see. Okay, we're coming on a bit of an error. So what we're going to do, we're going to check how I set it up in my, maybe I've forgotten, I can't remember. We're going to leave this. We're going to come to our main JIJI clone. We're going to check our rules and how we set up our rules here. Okay, so we have our rights to be if true. Okay, so silly me. So let's go back. I forgot to put the if. So in our rules, we want to come to our rules, and so let's say if, or say if true, just publish. These are insecure rules, so Firebase is going to keep like disturbing you to like properly set up authentication for your rules. So we're going to come to Firestore database. We're also going to say create database. We're going to start it in production mode straight up. Let me see if we can edit the rules before. Can we edit it here? No, I can't edit it. So just enable. You can also set it up in test mode if you're not like going to like launch the application or anything. You just need to like learn. That's also okay. So it says cannot enable Firestore for this project. Why is that? Is it my internet? Let's refresh. Please work. Say this project is set up to use Firestore in data. So this mode can be accessed from the Google Cloud. This project is set up to use Cloud Firestore in data store mode. This mode can only be accessed from the Google Cloud console. Okay, let's check what it's saying. Okay, so I think since I went here and like set it up, it now activated here. I've never had this issue with Firestore database. I don't know if you guys are getting the same issue. Probably you wouldn't get the same issue, but if you did, you just saw how I just accepted the terms and then it's started. So let's just create a collection here. We'll call it ads. Say next, and let's just auto generate. Just say name. First of its kind. So just save that. All right, so we can see we have our first collection here. First of its kind. We're going to delete this after we start adding more data, but we just need a first document to get it started. So now that we've set that up, we're going to come back, minimize this. Now we're going to come to our lib, and in our lib we're going to create upload data of file. .txx. Okay, so we've created our upload data.txx. So now we're going to be importing some stuff. I'm just going to copy what we're going to import. I leave it up to you to pause this video and import it by yourself. We're just importing from data from types, db, storage, collections, add doc, upload bytes, ref, get download URL from Firebase that we already have installed. Let's see. From data is declared, but its value is never read. Okay, no problem. So here we're now going to say export constant create add, right? Equals to it's an async function. And here we're going to now say category, location. Let's say YouTube. We're going to say title. Let's say description. Okay. We're going to say price. I'm going to say user email because we're going to pass it in this time around. And contact number. And we're going to say negotiable. Then we're going to say images. Okay, and we're all going to tie all this to our form data. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do, we need to upload all the images first, and after we've uploaded all the images, then we're going to get the images URL and then store them in our Firestore. So the first thing we're going to work with is storage. So first thing first, let's say let images URL, which is an array of string type. It just equals to an array. Okay, then we're now going to do a for loop to upload all the images to Firestore storage. That their naming convention is so like okay, so we're going to say for let I equal to 0, and we're going to say I is less than images dot length I plus plus. Okay, so we're going to put the images we're going to say constant. We need to create a path for the images, so we want to put the images in the storage. We're going to put it something like this, slash user email slash title slash images. Okay, this is how we want to arrange it, so at any time the same user is posting something, it will still go to his folder with his email, and then it will have the title of whatever ad he created. Okay, so now we're going to say constant images ref, okay, equals to ref storage, and then here is where we do that, user email. Why don't we get this popping up? user email. Okay, user email slash title slash images I dot name. Okay, so now that we've got the image ref, did I spell constant right? Yes, I did. Is there a mistake here? Seems like we have a mistake somewhere here. I'm trying to, okay, I've seen where the mistake is here. Okay, so everything is good now. So now we're going to say constant status, okay, equals to await upload bytes image ref. Okay, we named it images ref, so I want to say image ref. My battery is slow. I've got to plug in my laptop. Okay, so my laptop is charging now, and so we are good. All right. Okay, it hasn't switched to charging yet. I want to make sure it switches to charging, so this laptop doesn't just die on me as we're working. Showing 10%. Showing 10%. Let's just cross our hearts and hope to the Lord that it doesn't turn off as we're making this video, because that would be really sad. All right, so now it's charging. So happy. So we want to say upload bytes the image ref, and with the image I. Okay, then we're going to say dot there snapshots. Okay, we're going to get a snapshot. We're going to say this. Let's say return snapshot. Catch. Okay, so after this we're going to say if status, as we have something in status, we're going to say constant upload image URL equals to await, because now we have to get the URL of the image we've uploaded, because it has already been uploaded now. So we're going to say get download URL status dot ref, say then URL, say return URL. I know you guys will be thinking, whoa, he has all these things in his mind crammed. No, I do not. I am just getting it from my second screen here, and like writing any place I can't remember, I get it off my second screen and then I do the rest. You get. So I do not have everything crammed up in my head. Nope. I am not that smart. Okay, so now that we've gotten that, we're going to say images URL, this URL here that we have an array. We're going to push in the download URL, the URL for the image that we've uploaded. So we're going to say upload image URL. Okay, so now all the images have been loaded. So now we're done with our for loop. So now we can submit data. Okay, so we're going to say consent adds collection ref. Okay, say collections. Now we're accessing the collection that we created. Let me show you here. We're accessing this collection. Okay, so we'll say collection db adds. Okay, accessing that collection. And we're saying try, we're creating try catch error. We're going to see await add doc. Okay, you can say add collection ref. Ooh. Category, location, YouTube, title, description, price, user email, Michael Shebo, contact number, images, URL. Okay, so here I want to say catch error. That's not how you write that. Error. Then we're going to say return error true message unable to submit ad. Okay, so if we've submitted it successfully and we don't have any error, we're not going to say return. Let me scroll this up so you guys can see. Return error false and message successfully submitted. Okay, so this is done. Now I want to come back to our create ads form. I want to tidy up all things here. So set the loading spinner has happened. So here we're going to say constant submission results await create ad. Come on. Okay. If it doesn't come for you, please do it manually. Then we're going to pass in the form data and also the user email. Okay. Then we're going to say if submission results dot error. Let me see if there was an error. So it sets error to submission result dot message and they want to return. Okay, and so if there was no error, say set loading to be false, so the loading spinner stops spinning, and then we want to set success to be add. Want to say submission result dot message. Okay, then after we set the submission message to be success, we also want to set form data to be initial state, so the form data gets reset and the whole form gets reset. Let's even work on that clear button here. So on this clear button, we want if the user clicks it, want to set form data back to initial state. Okay, so we have that there. Then since we have our error here, we also need success, so just duplicate this. We have alert here, so let's just change. Let's just come here. Instead of error, let's say no, that's not going to give us the same thing. Let's just delete this, change this to success. Okay, then we'll go back to this UI, go to alert and say success alert here. We're just going to copy that from here, paste that, then here we just remove this and change it with success. Save. What's wrong? Let's scroll up. It seems we may have an error somewhere. Okay, here supposed to be 3 dots. Save. So I think I should have everything cleared. We have our success showing an error there. And so let's look at the page again. It's asking us to sign in. Let's click on this. So just click on this, type something here, and click on clear. So you can see everything gets cleared out. So now we want to submit our first data, say agriculture and food. Let's say Benue State. Let's upload some images. Let's say 5. Link to YouTube video. Let's just go to YouTube. Oh, let me see. Let's just say anime. See some anime here. Let's just come here, copy the link, cancel, and come back here. Yes, I did watch anime. Paste that there. Title just say anime wallpapers. My system is seriously going through the ringer right now. Copy. I may have to like off the system, let it charge, and come back and continue the video depending on what happens. Then the naira, we're going to say 110,000. It's the phone number. I'm just going to type some random numbers, and then we're going to say negotiable, and then create ad. So we're already getting an error. Say create ad is not defined. Why? Just come here, control space, and click on that. So it should be defined now. Just refresh that. And if yours didn't pop up like that, just do it manually. Where did I do? That's it here. I just imported that. So in case yours doesn't work like that. So now we have to retype all this again. So let's come back here and say entertainment. Let's just say fashion. Location, Benue, photos, anime photos. Open, link to YouTube video. No, that should be title. I have to go back to YouTube again. Okay. Copy. Come back here. I hope that bit of music doesn't go and give me issues, or I may have to like screen out that, like censor that part out. Okay. I like to copy. Come to our description, paste. Now we agreed at 110,000. Telephone number, some random numbers, so I don't get many calls. Then create ad. See, it's loading. It has to like upload all the images first. After uploading all the images, before it will now submit to the database. It has to like do a lot of work first. So I want to give this a while. This is taking a while. Let's just go to the back end and see. Unable to submit data. What was the issue? It's in network. We have the folder created here. We have all the data here. Let's come here. It seemed to be an issue when the issue was when it was trying to submit here. That's when the issue came. Let's check our rules. I think it may have something to do with our rules. So you can see it did have something to do with our rules. So let's change this to true and publish. So we've published that. So I want to come back here. I want to resubmit this, but it's not going to allow us to submit that. So let's go to our storage and delete this folder. So let's come here. Let's copy this link so that copy. Let's refresh the page. So let's try again. Okay, so we're going to say fashion, location, Benue, images, open, link to YouTube video. We're going to say title, anime wallpapers 4K, highlight copy description, paste, 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 paste. Oh, my system is like really slow right now. Any error? Okay, then phone number, some random stuff, and then create ad. Okay, let's see. So this time around it should work. Okay. So wow, you can see everything reset except the number. Then we have successfully submitted. So let's check this. Let's refresh our storage. See it here with the title, and then we have all the images. Irene Yeager, beautiful. Now go to Firestore database, and we have a new collection here. So you can see the images are pasted here in an array for us. We have the description, the contact number, the category, the location, negotiable is true, price is set, title is set, user email is set, and the YouTube link is set. So that is just beautiful. That's what we want. So now we've created our first ad. We can delete this one here. Delete that. Okay. So everything is set. I just love how this works. So the next page we're going to work on is my adverts. Okay, so now we're going to come here and we're going to close all of this because we're finally done with that section. All right, so so I'm going to come to our app. Let's get a new folder. I'm going to call it my adverts. So in my adverts, we're going to have two files. We're going to have the loading file, and we're going to have, let's just make this right there. Just say loading, and we're going to have page.cxx. So this loading is what I told you guys about, where we can create a loading skeleton before the main page displays, right? So we're going to also work on that. So we're going to first of all say this is our main page. We're going to say RFC. Okay, and we're going to title, we're just going to leave it as page. Okay, so when we want to come to this my advert, we want to come to our navbar because it's the one redirecting us there. Okay, so our view list icon here, I want to give this some space. We're going to use on click rather than link step. So let's just come here. We're just going to say on click equals to function router dot push. We're going to slash my advert slash session dot user dot email. Okay, so we want to navigate to this page using this. We want to have a bit of we want to have a params in our link to the page. So when we click on this, what happened to our page? Okay, so when we click on my adverts, we're getting a 404 error. Let's come to let's come to my adverts. Okay, so here where we're getting this error, it's saying adverts. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to get the params of this page. So we're going to say params. Okay, and these params we need to like type check it. So we're saying params user email is string. Okay, we need to save. Okay, so we made a mistake here. when we create this my adverts, we're supposed to create a folder in here with a dynamic page, user email, and then inside here we're going to put this our page and loading inside it. Okay, so my bad, I forgot. So we want to create the inside my adverts, we want to create a dynamic folder with user email, and then inside user email we want to create the page.txx, and then we can work with this. So here we're just going to put params dot user email. Okay, perfect. So now we refresh. Can't resolve my adverts loading.txx. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to just kill this terminal and start a fresh new one. Also kill this page. Sorry, I'm sweating like hell here. AC is not on. Fan and AC would disrupt this video, and I don't want anything to disrupt my audio. So here, my adverts, when we click it, we shouldn't get an error this time around because we have successfully created the page. All right, so as you can see, we have the email that we want, but for the art we have this replacing the art, and we really don't want that. So what we're going to do, let's come to the page. We want to get the user's email, so we're going to say constant user email, right, equals to the code URL component. I'm going to put params user email there. We're going to come here and we're going to delete this and see what we get. So you can see that has changed to art for us. So we just decoded it with this. So now we need to fetch the ads from the database. So how are we going to fetch the user's art from the database? We need to create a new function. So inside our components, we're going to create a new function, a new page, sorry. I said page, sorry, a new file, and that is going to be entitled fetch data. Okay, so in our fetch data, we're going to create a list of functions here, so many functions. We're going to, first of all, we're just going to copy and paste this. We're going to get the DB from Firebase and collection query where there dots and other byte from Firebase as well. Then we're going to create a constant called ads_ref, which is going to be our collection database of ads, and that's just it. So the first thing we're going to create, we're going to fetch user ads, right? Okay, so constant export constant fetch user ads is equal to async function with the user email is a string. Hold on, let me just check and make sure this is still recording. Okay, so that was not recording, which is a serious bummer. Like 1 hour recording just disappeared. Seriously not fair. Something just told me to check. All right, so async username, user email string. So now we want to say constant q equals to query, right? We want to create the ads_ref where user email is equal to user email, right? So we're checking in all the attributes where the user email equals to this user email that we got from the parameters in the function. So we're going to now say constant query snapshot equals to await get docs. Okay. So we're going to say constant results equals to query snapshot dot docs dot map doc. See the doc data and id dot id, and we're going to return results. Okay, so when we go back to our page over here, we're going to say constant add equals await fetch user add, and we're going to put the user email inside. So we're going to save this, and we're going to say console.log ads. So now we want to make our entire function here an async function, and this is how NextJS works for data fetching. You can make the entire component an async function. So let's refresh this. You saw the loading, so that's nice. You can see it's working. So once it comes to the console here, okay, so we get an object from our navbar. We don't want this. Also, let's quickly go to our navbar and delete this console log here. Let's come back to our page. So we're not seeing anything yet. Okay, boom, it has come. Instead of coming here, because it's a server component, it comes here. So we can see it has fetched our data for us with the title, location, description, everything we need. So we're just going to close that. So we need a way of displaying all these ads that we fetch from the database. So we're now going to come to components, and we're going to create a file called user ads.txx, and we're going to say RFC. Okay, so user ads. Okay, so now that we get user ads, we're going to delete this. First one we're going to say use client. Okay, so we're going to come down over here, and first thing we're going to get the data. I'm going to say add data. Add data is from our types. Let me check if I think we've already defined that. Didn't define that. Okay, let's define that then. So we're going to need a new type here. It's called add data. Add data equals to title string negotiable boolean category string location string YouTube string description. We can just use form data for this, can't we? Since we have our site description and everything. How about contact number? What's the difference? I'm trying to pick out the difference here. I'm not really seeing any difference. So let me just delete this, come back here, and use form data. The only issue it will have, it won't have username, but I can just add that here. String, and that should just work perfectly fine. Okay, so that works. Okay, Okay. So we're going to come to our div here. We're going to do a bit of styling now. This page isn't that big, so we're just going to do a bit of styling. Let's say class name, flex, border solid, border 1px, border 3, 400, margin 4, rounded large PG white, over scale 105, transition, okay, over for cursor pointer, and then we'll have over shadow large. Then we have div, the class name, and width 25%, and image source, say add dots images URL 0. This is just simply when we get this data, we're going to create a constant, call it add, and so when we're accessing this data, we're going to say add.images URL, because in our JIJI over here, let me just show you guys so you guys understand. We have images URL, and the first image, as we said when the user was signing up that form, we said the first image is going to be the ads image. So we're using the first image here as our main image. Okay, so that's why we have it here. So we're going to say Auth equals to add image. Yeah. Then we're going to say class name. Width should be full, page full, rounded large. Okay. And down here, I'm going to say div class name flex 1, padding 2. Then we're going to use link from nextJs link. Let's say ref adverts slash see add.id. Okay, and this is when we're navigating to, if we want to check the adverts individually, and we're going to navigate over to the adverts page, and for params we're going to be using the advert ID, so we can use the ID to get the specific ad from our collections and display the information to the user in that page. So then we're going to continue. We're going to say class name, let's say font bold. Okay, yeah, we're going to use line clamp. Let me just have that installed and I will explain that to you guys when as I'm showing it. It's just like truncate. So line clamp here. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to kill this terminal, create a new one, paste, install, and now plugins. We're going to take this, copy, go to our tailwind config file, go to command space, and we know we have created that. Yeah, we know we've created that, so we're just going to wait for this to load, then it will work. Okay, perfect. So let's just start the server and close this. All right, so font bold, line lamp 2. I'll show you guys how that works later on. Over on the on the line. Okay, let's say add.title. Okay, so after this, we're going to say p tag class name. Let's say font bold, text green, 600. So here we're going to show the price, the ad price, but we just don't want to show the ad price just like that. I'm going to leave this like this. When I display it, I'm going to show you how to format this to look more like a price. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that like that for now. Then I'm going to come down here. I'm going to say add.negotiable. Negotiable and span. A bit of space here. Let's see. Negotiable. And here. Okay. And here I'm going to create a small. And say open. So we just want to build this component first and then explain what we've built later on. Okay, so div class name my2, then we're going to say span class name and bg hashtag eb f2 f7. We say text of 10px, and we'll say padding 3 mr5. Okay, then here we're just going to create some random views. Mat.floor mat.random, multiply this by 100. Say views right here. Okay, views. All right, and after the span, I'm going to create a button. I need to import material UI variant. We're going to say outline, color. We're going to say error, start icon. We're going to see delete icon. So we want to import this right now so we don't have issues later on. So we just want to go navigate to the materials view icon, please. Say error. Delete. Delete icon. Here. Paste this. Okay. Delete icon. Size small. Okay. I feel like this thing should be a bit bigger for you guys. Okay. Small, and I'm saying on click delete. It's going to be delete ad, but we're not going to create that now. We're just going to leave this. We'll create that later on. Delete. All right, so this is finally created. Then what we want to do, we want to go to our page folder again, our page file. Then we're going to come down here, delete this. Also want to delete this console. Okay, space, come here, say class name, say max width 5xl mx auto, and then here we're going to say add, if there's add dot map each add, and here we're going to say use add, import it, say data equals to add key equals to add.id. I'm gonna close this. We're also going to come back to this user ads, and up here we need to get constant router equals to use router next navigation. Then we want to say constant add equals to data.data. Okay, so now when we come over here, we want to refresh this page. Shiki shiki boo wow, ain't gonna stop. Shiki shiki boo. Why is this page not responding? Let's start with the main page. Let's check. Okay, let's come here and come to my advert. We have our loading, and we have our anime wallpaper 4K. Okay, so this line clamp that we used over here, this just tell us the number of lines like words should go. For example, if this word was long, I can even make that long. You can just come to our title here, edit this, highlight, copy. No, come down here. We're just making it long. Update. We'll come back to here, refresh, and you can see it's very long, right? So we put our line clamp to be 2, so it can't be more than 2 lines. What error are we getting? Okay, you can see here. So if we come to our line clamp and change that to 1, you can see it will become just 1 line. Okay, you can see it's just 1 line. If we change it to 3, it will become just 3 lines. This is supposed to refresh. You can see 3 lines. So that's how we can use line clamp to control the text, so that the text doesn't become too much in a div. So here we're just controlling it to just be 2 lines. So no matter the width of the page, it will always be 2 lines. Okay, so that is perfect. Now we want to control the loading animation. So when we come to our loading, we're going to use the loading skeleton from material UI. So when we come to our loading over here, we're going to delete this. We're going to say use client. Then we're going to import skeleton from material UI, and then over here use this loading. Say class name, max width 5XL, MX auto, and margin 4. And we're going to say skeleton. Okay, and say variant equals to rectangular, width equals to 100%, the height equals to 150, the animation equals to wave, and the XX equals to border radius. So we want our border radius to be 20 px. I want our margin to be 5 px. I want to save this. Okay, so now if we refresh this page, let's refresh it again. You can see, because you saw that. So that is our animation. This is just giving us issue because of this random number we're having here. So just ignore this for now. You can see. So we want this to be a bit much. We don't just want one, because the user may have like many mini ads. So we're just going to make this 4 and keep it like that. Okay. So I'm just checking to make sure we've covered everything on this page. Okay, so you can see this Naira amount here. This is not how we want to show the price. We want to show the price in a different way. So we're going to come to our lib and we're going to create a helper file. Say help.js. So we're going to just create a regular JS file. We're going to say export constant engine Naira. This is going to help us convert any number to Naira the way we want. International.number format en US. Okay, we'll say style currency. Okay, and we're going to say currency. We want it to be Naira. They want currency display to be code. They want currency sign to be accounting. Okay, so now if we come over to our user ads here, this price here, we want to be able to edit it so that we can see it in a different way. We don't just want to see numbers. So here we're going to import that engine Naira. So control to import this. Okay, it is not importing. Let's try it again. It's not importing. So let's come in, import. How did I do this thing again? Okay, yeah. Deep. Yeah. We did use it like this, right? Let's check. Engine Naira. So that should be correct. It should be. So I want to say engine Naira dot format. They want to put this inside it and save. So let's see how that comes out. Let's refresh this. You can see our loading is working. So you can see we get our Naira amount. So that is perfect. Our fetching is working well. We get it. We can see this little animation. This is caused by our scale that we used here. So hover scale 105, so it increases by 105. If you put hover scale 150, it will increase it very, very large. Let's just refresh this and see it. I just want you guys to see different ways of like styling your application with Tailwind CSS. Let me go over our curriculum that we have. Okay. So in our curriculum, we've done okay. So the next one we're supposed to do is work on the individual adverts pages. Okay. So you can see it becomes very large, so we don't want that. So we just want to keep this as 105. Now we also want to work on our delete function. So when we come here, we're going to create a delete function. Say delete add, right? Equals to async and so we're going to say constant results equals to, so we need to delete this add. So we're going to come to our, which folder did we create this in? Okay, so we're going to create a new file in our lib folder, and it's going to be delete add, right? So in our delete add, I'm just going to copy some of these things we're going to use. Just going to copy that there. You to copy it as well. So we're going to say export constant delete add by id equals to a string. We're going to get the id, which should be a string. We're going to say constant doc. Sorry, add doc equals to doc db add with the id. So we're trying to delete this document from our collection. So we're going to put in a try catch error. Try catch. We're going to say await delete. Why am I spelling things weirdly today? Delete doc. Maybe because I didn't go to the gym. So I'm not like pumped up. Catch error. Okay, so we're going to return error true message error.message. Else we're going to return why is this switching to a couple of okay, error message. Okay, successfully deleted. Error.message. Why are we getting an error here? So what we're going to do, we just say any, just to be ourselves of that issue. So when we come back here, so we can delete this from our say now. So we're just going to say await delete add id, import it, and then we're going to say add.id, and then we're going to say if result.error alerts the user with error letting add. Okay, perfect. Else, okay, no else, just come down, say alert results dot message, and after we get that message, we want to say router dot refresh. Okay, perfect. So we've created our delete function. So all we have to do is come to this button here, and say on click we want to run delete add. How am I not saying this here? Delete add. Okay, so we're done with this page. The next page we're going to work on now is the individual page for the ad. So how do we do that? So we are just going to create a new file over here. We're going to delete all of this so we can have a bit of breathing space. Okay, so app folder, we'll say adverts, and inside the adverts create a new folder. We'll say add id, and inside there we can now create new file, say page xx rfc. Perfect. Okay, so now that we've created this, we are going to be using a special component called ads. That's the one that we're going to be working for a lot of our data. So we're just going to create that first. It's what's going to display our data on the ads page. So let's create that component first and then continue. Okay, so we're going to create, you say ads.txx, Okay, RFC. Okay, so here, first one we're going to do, we're going to delete this. Use client. Oh, my fingers. Oh, feels much better. So we're going to import from data. Okay, no. Okay, there we got it. Complete. And in this ads here, I want to create this to capital letter. And we're going to say add from data. Yeah. So here we're going to do this. Say div. Say class name. Say LG flex M10 margin 10 LG space X5. Then we're going to say div class name LG flex 1 border T8. Okay, I'm going to say border T8, border green 600, page white, padding bottom 10. Just a quick break. Okay, so just took a quick water break. All right, so let's continue. So now we're going to have an image source. The source is going to be add.image images URL. So the alt is going to be the add.title and the class name with full. So we're going to come down, we're going to say div class name equals to margin 5. Okay, then we're going to say p class name text to Excel font bold add title negotiable and oh my god, it's really hot in here. So then we're going to continue. Span class name text green 600 negotiable. Okay, p class name text gray 100. So we're going to use the locations on icon. So what we're going to do, we're going to come here, I'll search here. Let's see how our battery is doing. 6%. What? Why is our Photoshop open? Why is it open? Why is it open? Let's try and shut down some of our apps that we are not using, so that we don't use too much space. Let me try and close some of these things here. Because the system is getting cooked. Cooked, I tell you people. And let's also remove this. My phone from charging. see if that helps. Okay, it helps. You already start charging better. All right, so location on. We're going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, locations on. We're going to copy that. Then we're going to say location on icon. Okay. Then we're going to show the add location, and we're also going to show the add contact number. Okay. So then we're going to say a tag with the ref of add.youtube, YouTube link. I'm going to say class name, margin top 5, and we're going to need a YouTube icon. YouTube icon. Okay, we're going to copy this, paste it here. That's how our battery is doing 6%. It is just barely holding up. YouTube icon. Okay, I'm going to say open on YouTube. Okay, then we're going to create a small divider with the help of JIJI UI divider. Okay, then we're going to say p tag class name my, and we're going to say add.description. Okay, then we're also going to create this again. Just push it here. Then we're going to say div class name, div class name flex space x5. Then here we're going to display all the images. Add dot images url dot map image, and this, so we're going to say span, say key dot id. Then we're going to see the image, the source. The source will be the image because it's just an array of the image URL. So just image URL. So image.id and image. So here we didn't create a type of this. This is string. So how does it have an ID? So what we're going to do for this key, we're just going to say index string number, just index. What each do we have here? As an any type of number. Okay. So class name, width 100 pixel, height 100 pixel. So alt equals to add image. Okay. All right, so we have that all set up. Now I'm just going to put a bit of text. I am not going to type this. I'm just going to paste it because it's just some safety tips. Okay, so this is completed now. Location icon, YouTube icon is fine. So now what we want to do, we want to go over to the ads page. Okay, so now I want to come over to this ad page over here, and we just want to create this class name here, and say max width 5 XL MX Auto. Okay. Then we're going to use some breadcrumbs that we get from JIJI UI. Let me just show you guys. So if you just go to JIJI UI and go to see components, let's check on our battery. Okay, it's still okay. We have something data display called breadcrumbs. So it's just navigation like this. So you can just copy that from here. I have my own that is here. I think I should just use this one. So I think this, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and paste this here. And then home, right? Of home. And a tag here. So we're just going to say ref main page. And here we'll delete this a tag. We delete this. We're going to say link with a ref. Do you import link already? We haven't imported link, so we just come here, space it, next link, and ref. We're going to say category, because we're going to create a category page after this. Category, right? And the add.category, and then okay, yeah, I think that's all. Okay, yeah, then we're going to close this. We're going to create this. We're going to say the add dot location. Okay, so here, so add document, we're just going to have the add dot title. So we're just going to save that, and then down here after this div, we're going to say ads, and we haven't created the function here. So here we're going to say, we're just going to come over to our my adverts here. We're going to copy this, copy, come here, paste it here. Perfect. So here we're now going to say constant add id equals to params dot add id, and then we're saying constant add equals to await. Okay, so we need to create this function first. So we're going to come over to our fetch data here, and we're going to create a new, come here, we're going to say export constant fetch user ads or fetch all ads. Okay, fetch all ads equals async, right? Don't need any parameters because we're fetching all the ads. So we're going to say constant queue equals to query ads ref. Okay, and we'll say constant, let's just copy this, copy, paste that here. Perfect. So now we get all the ads that we need. So we're going to create another function, export constant fetch add, right, equals to async. The id is a string, so we're going to say constant data equals to await fetch all ads, right? So we're going to fetch all the ads inside data, and then we're going to say constant results equals to data dot filter, and we're going to get each individual ad, And we're going to say return the ad that the ad.id matches with the ID that we get. I'm going to return results, and because this is an array, I want to say return the first thing in the array, which is the only thing in the array. So we've done this. We'll go back to our page. Go back to our page, and we're going to say constant add equals to await fetch add component as component fetch data. Is that correct? Okay, if that's how it does it. This is not supposed to component. This is supposed to be lib. Whoa, we created our fetch data inside our component instead of here. Wow, I didn't even notice that. Let's take this and put it here. It's supposed to show us updates all the imports, so we'll say yes. If it doesn't do that for you, please go back and then update your imports. This fetch data is supposed to be in our lib folder. Okay, so as you can see, it has updated that. So what you want to do in all the other pages that you were fetching from components, now that we've moved it to the lib, please go there and change the components to lib. Okay, all right, so now we can await fetch add, but we need the parameter, right? We need add id. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can come down this last place here, and we can say add component, and we can just say dot add. Okay, so let's come back here, refresh this page like a boss, click on this, and you can see our image is loading, negotiable, and you can see, yeah, it's supposed to be category. What do we put here? We put location, so let's change this to category. That should change to fashion. Exactly. Let's open on YouTube. I'll get taken to YouTube. Let's go back, and if we click on this, we're supposed to get navigated to a category/fashion page. So let's create that, work on that page now. Let's delete all of this. Let's check our battery. It's still 6%. We can still manage it. Category. So here, come to our components. No, not components. Our app. In a new folder. Say category. We create a new page. We want to say category. How do we even create this? Are we using category? Okay, we're just saying category. Okay, category, and then we'll create a new page. .txx. All right, so for this page, we're going to say RFC. We're also going to create a loading .txx. Just say RFC loading, leave it like this. Just put loading here, and come back here, our page. Now in our category page, we want to come to here and copy this. Go back to our category page. Okay. So now category, and it's a string. All right, so perfect. Now what we're going to use to display all these ads is a component called all ads, sorry. So we're going to work on that first. All ads. Okay, so we're going to work on that component first and then transfer everything, because it's not much, it's just like displaying data. Okay, so when we come here, we want to first of all collect the data. So what we're going to do is say ads. I'm going to use from data. Check this, it didn't import, so let's just come here, control space, import that. Okay, don't need this import from React, useless. So over here, we're now going to say in our div, say class name, we're going to say grid, we're going to say grid equals 3, and we say md grid equals 4, large screen, grid equals 5. Okay, now we're going to see our ads. If they are ads, map add, we'll see div class bg white margin 2, image source add dot images url, alt add image, class name with full height 150px, and lg height 120px. Okay, then we'll say p tag, a p tag, class name. I don't know why I keep falling for that. Class name margin 2. This is just to display many ads. Okay, it's just a page to display many ads. And we're going to say link ref. This link is importing ref. So in our ref, we're going to say adverts slash ad dot id. Okay, and we're saying class name over underline. Okay, and we're going to say add dot title, and we're going to say br, then we're going to say span, class name text small, text green 600, m1, and we're going to say ng naira dot format the ad dot price, then we're going to say div class name margin left 3, text gray 500. I'm going to use my location icon. which do you use the tailwind here? Okay. Change my okay. Okay, location icon from here. Paste that here, down here. Location icon. Okay, we're getting deep into this video. I know some of you are already exhausted, but we have to keep going. Okay, failure is not an option. So add dot location. All right, so I think we're all done here. One thing we have to do, we have to handle error. This is my own handle error function. If you have an improvement to this, let me know in the comments. I'm all up for like solutions. So what I do, I'm just saying use effect, and once this page loads, I want to handle error. So in case there are no like ads for this certain category, and we're just going to say constant handle error equals to if ads dot length, if ads dot length is equal to 0, throw new error. So this is a way to just kick off the error file that we have in the main app folder. So what we're saying, if we don't have any ads at all, we just want to throw off an error and redirect the user to the error page so they can now redirect back to the home page, trying to tell them that this category that they're picking does not exist. Maybe nothing has been created for this already. So that's just what we're trying to do here. Okay, so now that we've all done all of that, page our category page, now we need to fetch users by category, right? So we need to go to our lib, fetch data, and we need to create a new constant. As you can see, we have so many fetching type of constant because we have different ways that we want to fetch data. So we're going to say constant export constant fetch ads by category equal to async category is a string, so constant q. So what we're going to do, we're just going to delete this. We're going to copy this, paste this here. We're just going to come here and say category, and come here, category. Okay, just save. We're going to come back to this our category page, and over here we want to say constant ads equal to await fetch ads by category and params dot category. Okay, then we have, remember our breadcrumbs that we did in our adverts page. We're going to come down here. I'm just going to copy. Oh, we're just going to copy this whole thing. Copy this whole thing. Just going to copy. And we're going to come to our category page. Delete this. Paste. Come up, change this to 6XL. Okay. And scroll down. Home. Normal this thing that we want. Here we don't want any of this. We just want ads, and here we just want the params. Okay, and then down here we want to say all ads, import that and say ads equals to and save this. Okay, so now if we go back to our page, press this. Okay, so in our component all ads here, we want to turn this into a client component. Then refresh. So as you can see, we only have one here. You can see the name is very long. So what we want to do, we want to go to that ads all ads page. And where is the title? Okay, over here, we want to say line clamp 2. To reduce this is just ridiculous. So boom. So you can see much neater now. And also we want to work on the loading here. We want to create skeletons. Okay. So I'm just going to copy and paste this because it's just repetitive. No. That would be lazy. I'll just delete this. Say class name max width 5xl mx auto m4 flex space x3. Then here we're going to create a span, and we're going to have 2 skeletons. Okay, and here we're just going to import this. Then we're going to come to the top and say use client. Then we're just going to take this, duplicate it 4 times, and when we refresh this page, you should see our loading skeleton. Okay, we saw our loading skeleton before the page loads. Okay, perfect. So we want to go back to our home page, and now in our home page we want to display all the ads, right? Because we have to display all the ads. So let's just delete all of this, close everything, come to our app site page. Okay, so in our page here, wow, we never designed the menu of our page here. So in our page, we didn't design the menu. It's just now I'm noticing. All right, so now we're going to work on the main page. Okay, we're going to make the main page look popping. So we're going to come down here. We're going to say div class name. We're going to say max width 6xl mx auto flex margin top 3. Then we're going to say div class name PD, and we're going to only show this in large screen, margin right 5. Okay, I'm going to come down, show another div class name. We're going to say flex 1. We're going to say div class name, and we're going to say hidden LG inline. And we're going to have a slider here. We're going to create another div. I'm going to say, okay, let's just leave this for now and just save this. First one we're going to create, we're going to come to our components. And in our components, let me just look at this real quick. We're going to create a menu. Create a menu .tsx, say rfc. I'm going to name menu. So here we're just going to say class name and bg white w full. Okay, then we're also going to create another component and call it menu list.txx. Okay, so in our menu list.txx, okay, we're just going to come here. We're going to import arrow icon from material UI. So let's close this. Arrow forward. Okay, this one. Copy this. Okay, paste this, and we're going to also import link from nextJs. Then we're going to view some types. Interface menu list props. Then we're going to say logo string, and we're going to say ref string. We're going to say title string. We're going to say keyword string. So export default function menu list. Okay, logo ref title keyword. Okay, and we're going to attach all this to the menu list props, and then we're going to do this to return. Okay, so we've done this now. All right, so we've done this now. So we're going to say div class name and say flex over bg eb f2 f7. Okay, then we're going to say padding 1 over cursor pointer. Okay, and we're going to say span. Let's say image source logo alt vehicle, and I'm going to say class name. Class name, we're going to say width 10, padding 1. Okay, a span class name, say flex 1, text should be small over on the line my also. Let's say link ref no ref, we want the ref that we get, so we want bold. I want this to be our title. Okay, after that span, we'll create another span. And this span class name should be text right my also, and here we're going to have arrow forward icon. Okay, so we have the menu list here created. Now we just need to go to the menu. Just need to come to the menu. import menu. Okay, I think I'm just going to show you guys this straight off. There's so many. Okay, so we just have menu list here. So we just have a menu list here, and we're passing in the logo, ref, title, and the keyword. As you can see, I have all mine set: mobile, electronics, furniture. I got the images from the main website itself. You can do that as well and pass in as your logo. And the ref is just straight to the category that we want it to be, either work or services or kids or animals. And that's just what we have here. So now we can cancel all of this. Come to our pages here. So the menu is supposed to be here. We're just going to come here and import that. Okay. Then the next thing we have here is a slider, which we are going to create now. Component. Okay, file. So we're going to say slider.cxx. Okay, so we're going to say RFC. Nope. Just going to copy this slider. This slider is just fixed. So we have our use client, use router. We have use router here, and we're just simply displaying a simple slider. We get this slider from Daisy UI. You can go to Daisy UI and look for carousel. Okay, so now that we've done that, I want to come here. I want to import this slider. And we can save. So now we can refresh this. What is it saying? Import. Menu list. Why are we using use ref? Actually, this knows what it's saying. Menu. Okay, so we just need to use client and let this load. Our slider is not working. You can see our menu item is working perfectly, and which we get in fashion. So if we click fashion now, we get redirected to here, fashion. Okay, perfect. Now our slider is having an issue. Let's check on our slider. Slider is in use client, use router. What could be the issue that we're having with our click push? Okay, I think I know the issue. We don't have this in our public folder. So in our public folder, I'm going to get this image. Yeah, see the image that we needed. I got this from the main Jumia site. You can get this from the GitHub link. If you don't have it, then we also need the slider 1 and we need the slider 2. So these images are in the GitHub directory. You can just open it and go to the public folder and download this and continue the video. Okay, so slider 1, slider 2. The reason we need these images that in here, we're calling them here. You can see here, we're just saying /slider2 /slider1. That's why it's not loading here. So now that we've done that, that should load perfectly, as you can see. And we have the slider. Okay, so that is done. Don't have any issue there again. We can close all of this and come back to writing the code that we love to write. Okay, so now we need to turn this to an async function. Okay, now that we've turned this to an async function, we're just going to say constant all ads equals to await fetch all ads. Then we're going to come down here after this slider div here. We're going to say all ads, and then we're going to say ads equals to all ads, and then we're going to close this. Then we're going to refresh the page, and we should have that working perfectly, showing the ad that we've created. I'm not going to create more and more ads to fill it up because I've already done that with the first JIJI clone I made. It's up to you to go to that cell icon and upload as many ads as you want so that your home page will be filled up with so many ads. So that's up to you. Okay, so if we click this, you can see we get redirected to here, exactly what we want. So we're going to say application is working perfectly. Now we need to work on the search bar. Okay, so before we work on the search bar, I want us to work on the, do we have a search? No, we don't have a search. Oh. Okay, well, all right, so we're going to create or work on a search page. You're just going to say search. Okay, and in the search we're going to create another folder. We're going to say slug. Inside the slug we're going to create something. We're going to say page.txx. so in this page.txx we're just going to say export. We're just going to RFC. Then we're going to go to category here and copy this. Copy, come back here and delete this. Paste this. All right. So after that, we're going to do constant ads equals to await. So we need to create another function. Yes, another function. Okay. So we're going to come to our lib and fetch data. So we're going to create another function here. We're just going to copy this because like we're not going to do too much work here. I'm going to say export constant search ads by title. Okay, async title string and paste this. Okay, so we're going to say where title is less than or equal to, this creates something like a like functionality in SQL. Title can help us to search, and that's all. Then we'll go back to the page. Okay, and where did I drop that now? Come back to the page, and here we'll say with search ads by title. Want to pass the params.log into this. Okay, and then when we pass that to div, we want to see all ads. Say ads equals to ads. Okay. So that's just what we want to do. But here we need to change this here. Slug and save that. So now in our header, in this form that we created here, we need to work on this. Okay, so we have our inputs here with the value. We first of all need to come up here and we'll say constant router equals to use router. And then we're saying constant search set search equals to use state string Okay, so we have this setup. Also import this next application. Also import use state from React. Okay, now that we've imported that, we want to come to this input. We want to say on change, right? Set search to event dot target dot value. Okay, event. Okay, so then we want to say the value is equals to search. Okay, as value is equals to search, we want to say in the form, let's see action equal to search, right? And this search. Okay, search. Text. All right. So this is perfect. So if we come here, let's go back to the main page. Okay, if we come here and we type anime, and we are redirected to research. Okay, so this is perfect. Our application is working perfectly, and we are all done. Wow, it's been what, I think 4 hours. 4 hours, but we're finally done. Now we have to upload this to our GitHub. I'm going to show you how to upload your application to your GitHub. I'm not going to use this one we've created. I'm going to use the main one I have. Not now. This one. Okay. We're just going to clear all of this. This on the terminal. Then we're going to come over here. We're going to go to GitHub. So I'm going to show you how to upload your data to GitHub. I saw your application on your laptop or your desktop, whatever you're using. So let's go to your repositories. Okay, it's not open. Let's just click on new here. Just create a new repository. And then over here, I have a blog that I use. Let me just open that blog up. So create a new repository. So we're going to say JIJI clone. Description, no need for description. We're going to make sure it's public. Don't, okay, yeah, you can choose private, public or private. I'm going to leave mine public. Do not add a readme file, just leave that. Create. So it's creating repository now. Okay, it has done that. So I have this GitHub docs where I used to like do this because I can't remember all the commands. The first thing we're going to do is git init like this. Okay, and the second thing we're going to do is git add. Okay, let's run like git add again. Okay, then this first commit. Okay, then we're going to go down here, say git add remote origin URL. So we're going to paste this here. Then after that, we're going to come back to our GitHub here, copy this link, space, set that. Then we're going to use git remote /v to confirm that this link has been set up. So you can see fetch and push JIJI clone. Perfect. Then we're going to now say git push this. So you can see it's writing and it's done. So if we come here and we just refresh, we would see that our GitHub repository has been added. So that's how you do it.